Floyd and he was me,
Yeah.
he wouldn't never have to fight again because the exhibition shit,
Yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get 100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. "4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family on this good Wednesday. We back to build on this good boxing. Give it his just due. Y'all already know. Catch this on the playback. Make sure you hit the like button, sub to the channel. Turn your notifications on and come say what up to the fam. But we gonna talk about it, man. We gotta build on this boxing today, man. We got to build. What's good with y'all though, man? How everybody feeling on this good Wednesday? Al Booger, what's good with it, my guy? Russell Casey in the building. Lonnie Lee, my guy. What's good, Lonnie? Lee Jackson. What it do, fam? So what do you think? You think it's gonna force Boost to move up to 54? We definitely gonna talk about that. I think it's a real possibility, and that's what I'm gonna talk about today. You know, you hear different rumors about who we gonna fight now. A Beezy, what it do, family? Lisa Smith, peace to the queen. Always good to see you, Kyle Cool. Family in the building. Andrew Gray, what it do, bro? How you feeling? Thomas Hill, my guy. Thrill Hill, what's good with it, bro? How y'all feeling? This salute the league, man, coming in the building. But yeah, man, look, I think Mike Kirkland, my brother, what's going on? How you feeling? BJ33 in the building. I think it's been unfortunate how we've seen this situation play out. And I'm calling it I'm calling this Boots, this you know, him signing Boots, him signing Shakur. It's like it's an Eddie Hearn experiment right now. This look what we watching, what we witnessing is the Eddie Hearn experiment, man. And I can't let him off the hook. Can't let him off the hook, man. Claymore Rain, what's good with it, fam? Prize fighter versus legacy fighter. Will they ever be able to coexist? Prize fighter versus legacy fighter. Yeah, to some degree, you know. Dante Boxing Talk, what's good, my guy? Yeah, man, we got to talk about it. So shout out to everybody in the building. What's good with it, Claymore? How you feeling, bro? Good to see you. Salute to everybody. Hit the like button for you, bro. Let's cook. Let's build on it. Yeah, man, this is what we watching is the Eddie Hearn experiment or the experience, however you want to look at it. And as I've been saying, you know, since I've been seeing all this unfold, it just again, I'm not big on trying to blame nobody, so I'm not about to sit here and just say, it's all Eddie Hearn's fault. I don't want to say that, but he got to shoulder a big part of the responsibility, should I call it? Instead of blame, should I say he should carry the bulk of the responsibility, because I think it is in fact his moves that has put Boots directly in the situation that he in. Now, I know a lot of people gonna say, well, he signed on to him, so he made his bed, all that. I don't really want to look at it like that, because these young guys are looking for opportunities just like anybody else, right? And that's exactly what Boots Ennis is trying to do. Get him an opportunity with somebody that he feels like can get the ball rolling, help him grow his name, his profile, and so on and so forth, right? Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland putting that color in the chat for the channel. Much love, bro.
Salute. And we ain't never got a box again. Well, right. well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Mm-hmm. So shout out to Mike Kirkland, man. So he has to be told, and we get them big fights, right? That Bill, no, I thought that was a lost art. Let's get it. You already know over here, it's always about the bill, Claymore. Always, man. Make enough like Smokey's mom, make it enough. So yeah, man, check it out. What we witnessing is none other than the Eddie Hearn experiment, right? I hate to call it that. I'm not trying to refer to Boots Ennis or Shakur Stevenson as some type of lab experiments, but you get where I'm going with with the word, right? With the phrase experiment, because that's pretty much what this is. You seen Shakur sign on for 2 fights. You seen Boots, I think, sign for 3, right? They kind of testing the waters with Eddie Hearn, seeing what he could do for him, right? And like any fighter signing on to any promoter, I just hope that they crossed their T's and dotted their I's on their behalf, right? In terms of having something written up where he gotta be responsible for securing these fights that make sense for him. Like this experiment, so to speak, is turned into like a bit of like a mess a little bit, because you just hear so many different things, and it continues to go, south for Boots in a sense. And he's just a fighter, you know what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate for him, because he's in a situation where he's a champion, and some would consider him being at 147 being a big fish in a small pond, because it's not a lot of big name recognition there outside of itself. And his name itself is not what it could be, because of that reason, him not being able to get these other recognizable and notable names, preferably the champions in the ring with him. You know what I'm saying? So you seeing him have to pretty much sift through the mess, and now you seeing it from making several offers to nobody saying yeah to it, to his promoter not only being able to secure none of these fights. Now I get it, you can't force guys in the ring, but money talks, and if anybody knows that, it's Eddie Hearn. He knows that money talk. So that's what's going to get these dudes in the ring, instead of being cool with people saying no. Give them a reason to not say no, if that's not too much, if that's even possible, right? So and that's for the betterment of your fighter's career. So you got that in with offers being sent out. So just think about it. You send it to 3 different champions. That's 3 alone. But then you sent the additional 2 to Brian Norman and them. So you get what I'm saying? All these offers, all this back and forth, just to not be able to secure no fight. All the back and forth on social media, on YouTube, just with the different takes, and just not to have no fight. And now you go a step further. The purse bid takes place, and y'all get outbid by $250,000, and now you don't even have the rights to the fight, and now you don't have the opportunity to put the fight in Philly, where he obviously shown he could draw a crowd. So it went from being a hometown fight to now him potentially having to travel somewhere where he don't want to be. And from what I'm hearing, little Buzz's behind the scenes is that he don't want to go to no damn Germany to fight. He ain't trying to go over there. So you went from potentially just having the ball in your court as the champion to being the champion and going to somebody else's home. How does that work? First of all, let's start right there. How the hell did that happen? You mean to tell me not only do he not get a unification fight, he also don't get another homecoming fight? Not only it's not a homecoming fight, he's got to travel somewhere, and he's the champion. Then he got to travel to somebody's hometown, a guy that he already beat. And you telling me that's not a good, that's looking good for you. And that's not all, y'all. I'm not even done. I'm not even done. I'm just building the, you know what I mean? I'm just laying out the order of events and what's really taking shape right now. Said Boots, if you watching, when you left notice, Espinoza said nothing bad about you. Yeah, for sure. Facts, Thomas. Think it's possible Boots and Eddie had a game plan going into their partnership after years of rejection. At 147, Boots became a prize fighter first. That's a great question, Claymore. That's what I wonder. I wonder if they sat down and had, you know, something really sketched out where they like, look, we got to get these fights. You get what I'm saying? Because something telling me that might not be the case. Samuel, what it do? My guy K calls in the building. Shout out to you. Just to lose out on the purse bid. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Lisa, it's just not a good look for Eddie Hearn at all. You know what I mean? If they purposely gave up the bid, Eddie Hearn has a 3-fight deal with Jaron. Why would he waste one of those fights on a Karen fight? Eddie dodged the bullet. Man, hey, Claymore, you talking, bro. You talking, man. Hey, you talking. But Marcus, what it do, my guy? Kay said it didn't supposed to go into a purse bid. Yeah, go to Germany and TK on 2 fights left with Eddie. Tunnel vision, what it do, my guy? This is Eddie. Devin and Demetrius all over again. Hey, man, y'all come in here cooking, man. Y'all speeding it up. Y'all on point. Claymore in here, you on point. Shout out to everybody. Salute to my brother Mike Kirkland. Let's keep it going, though. So, look. I hear people saying, like, did he purposely miss out on it? Like, did he purposely, you know, not bid enough or whatever, lose it on purpose? And look, it's a lot of many different ways you could look at it. But I'm with you, Claymore. Something tells me, like, you heard the way the most consistent thing that Eddie Hearn has echoed to the fans when it pertains to Boots Ennis, if we being 100, is the fact that he never was interested in a Karen fight. And he didn't think that's a fight that they should have to fight, right? That's what he's been the most transparent about, respectfully, just not wanting that fight. So when you see, and it's funny, y'all, because we got situations to draw from. You got the Top Rank situation with Jonabek. They had a purse bid situation also, and they lost it by $1,000. So I'm just trying to put it in its proper context. I know it's different fights, different situations, but they lost a purse bid by $1,000. Matchroom lost theirs by $250,000. That's $250,000. So that's like a nice chunk. So I don't know if the word is purposely or intentionally or whatever, however you want to look at it, but something tells me that they didn't want this fight. And now that they don't have the rights to it and they would be forced to travel into somebody else's hometown being a champion, that really strips Boots of his advantages that he gained by being a damn champion. You get what I'm saying? What sense do that make? So Eddie Hearn, who knows? Maybe they intentionally botched that purse bid because, like you said, bro, it's a fight that they didn't want to pay for. They didn't want it. And I think it's in Eddie Hearn's plans to get Boots at 54. I think that's what's going on. If he's gonna stand on what he said, then there's no need for Boots to travel anywhere to fight no damn Karen, somebody that he beat up. There's no need for him to go from a potential a hometown, what would have been a hometown fight. You get what I'm saying? At the very least, if not a unification, a hometown fight, to now having to travel. It just doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, y'all, check this out. One interesting dynamic on the Boots Chuckadazi and purse bid, according to a ruling obtained by Ring Magazine, Matchroom, and originally sought out a 90-10 split for Boots. 90-10, y'all. But it was opposed to the IBF traditional split of 65-35. And that's what they keeping it at, the traditional split. So it went from them trying to get a 90-10 split for Boots to it being 65-35. And not to bring up old stuff, but this is exactly why I felt like if that Devin Haney and Shakur situation would have panned out, this is exactly what would have happened. When they would have made a ruling, I think it would have been 65-35. Now, back to this. I just had to throw that in there. Back to this. They went from 90-10 getting rejected to now 65-35 and running the risk of fighting this dude on his home turf. It makes zero sense at all. From my view, what's good with it? Don't mess with Texas in the building. Was good. Said Eddie has lost purse bid before. If he didn't want to win, he would have had bid or asked for a 90-10 split. I don't know. Because again, and look, There's no right or wrong answer. Tunnel vision, that's not out the realm of possibility, right? That's the other side of it. It's you might be right. You might be right. But when you hear the way that he spoke about this fight, tunnel vision, and he don't have anything good to say about this fight, or Karen as an opponent for the most part for Boots. Like you get what I'm saying? Been there, done that. We already boxed this guy. He's like, yo, it's a crap fight, something to that effect, basically, right? So he's saying all that. He's think about it, tunnel vision. Why would you really spend money on a fight that you publicly pretty much shitted on? You publicly shitted on it. You have nothing good to say about the fight. Why would you then spend your money on it, right? Why would you then, you get what I'm saying, on a fight that you feel like it does nothing for your fighter? You get what I'm trying to say? So you could be right. He would 90-10 split, but I think that's just him trying to get, his fighter being a champion. You get what I'm saying? His just due, right? Trying to get him paid, in the thought that it was going to be in Philly to probably justify the 90-10 split, right? If it's at home and, ball is in his court, he the champion, all that stuff, right? He going to make the money, your guy going to get paid. But now that's not the case. It's not in Philly no more. You get what I'm saying? And it would be a little confusing. If you thinking about having to spend money on a fight because the purse bid is coming, don't you think you will have something good to say about the fight? At least something neutral where you not down in the fight. He let you know straight up, this ain't no fight we need. You know what I mean? From my view, what's good with it? I'm on 54. Turkey takes over. And foots the bill. Eddie and Jaron get free money up there, and Boots has a way bigger and better dance partners. Possibly, bro. That might be a should I ask for that 75-25? Smoking mirrors. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, got outbid it. So it might have. I'm not saying I don't want to say he did it on purpose, but I will say this. I can comfortably say I don't think he was enthused in any way, shape, or form about having to bid on a fight that he felt like was such a crap fight. And I'm basing that strictly off of things he said vocally out his own mouth. He had nothing good to say about the fight. So that kind of tells me straight up right there that you're not jumping out your seat. You're not really trying to go in your pocket and pay for that. You get what I'm saying? So it continues to not be a good look for Eddie, because it seems like not only are you not willing to a degree to pay to get him a unification fight at home, you get what I'm saying? You also not willing to bid on a fight where he could at least, you could secure it and make sure it's in Philly. Now, none of that is the case. So it just looked real shaky on his behalf. So we're going to keep talking about it. Right now, the Eddie Hearn experiment is just, it's looking rough, man. It's looking rough. I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything. I'm not saying Eddie Hearn is a bad guy, bad promoter. I'm just saying the situations that these fighters continue to find themselves in when signing unto him is starting to be similar. You get what I'm saying? We starting to be able to draw some similarities and parallels from these different fighters in their careers, bro. K Causey, shout out to my bro putting that color in the chat. Say Eddie just taught a management team a lesson because he knows he couldn't unify 147. That's real. That's real. I'm telling you, he probably do think that. And I think part of his plan might be he might want Boots at 47. I feel like Boots plan, 54. I feel like Boots' plan is at, in his heart, seemed like it's set on 47. But Eddie Hearn with throwing out those other options and saying maybe we vacate after letting you know how bad of a fight it is. It seemed like the writing almost on the wall. And then the thought that you would have to travel to Germany. And then now you got the 90-10 split that you suggested. They objected to it and they made it 65-35, stuck to the traditional split. Now you looking for your fighter to make even less money and have to fight against some like foreign judges. Foreign judges are the guy that he beat. It makes 0 sense. So you almost force Boots to follow what I think is part of his plan. Now I'm just saying, I think. And it might not be a bad plan. You get what I'm saying? Boots, it might be extremely hard to get the titles for politic reasons. And then you don't have a big name recognition down there as well. So it's like a double negative. You got to find a way to make the most out of your situation. And maybe a good idea, especially right now with this Germany talk. Yeah, man. Hell yeah. Vacate the title, move up to 54 and start smoking shit up.
And
there.
we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to K, man. Manuel, what it do, my guy? How you feeling, bro? Cornelius in the building. What's good with it, bro? There's nothing realistic for Ennis at 154. Nothing realistic. You don't think there's no smoke up there for him, tunnel vision, at 54 for Boots? You don't think so? I think it's a lot of smoke up there. I do. But again, the question is always going to be, as long as you with Eddie Hearn, it's like, if the smoke can be there all it want, but can he secure the fights? Shout out to my guy, Teach Ash. He's calling, what it do, Cuzzo? How you feeling? Yeah, y'all smash the like button. We gonna keep chopping it up. How many fights does Boots have with Eddie? I believe it's 3. Cornelius, I believe it's 3. And I think they got one out the way already, right? They got the one out the way with Avanesian, am I right? So that's 1. I think it's 3. I think he got 3. Bozy would have been in the game long enough to see the play. Yeah, man. I know it's tough, Thrill. It's tough. Eddie Hearn is the promoter, has to protect the interests of the bag. True. Boots has aspirations to unify and become undisputed, but does that coexist with the aspiration? No. Again, man, Claymore, I'm about to drop the link for you, bro, because you ain't here cooking. You ain't even got to type that much. You're more than welcome to come up. Looks bad if Eddie can't do anything with one of the best in the sport. Yeah, after bragging so much about him, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not blaming him. I just want to be very clear. I'm not blaming him. I don't have all the answers to be sitting up blaming him, but just from the outside looking in, it's not the best to look, bro. It's just like, damn, you striking out at every turn. You getting your splits rejected. You losing purse bids. Offers getting turned, like sat on the table, and nothing is coming from it. It's a lot of nothingness. It's a lot of nothingness going on. You get what I'm saying? A lot of movement, but ain't nothing happening. You know what I mean? A1 Hoops on, my guy. What's good with it, bro? They signed for the money. That might be and that might be just what they get too, tunnel vision. Hey, it's funny that you say that, because out of everything, that's probably the one thing we all in here could say they for sure made sure they was getting was their money. They made sure their money was right before they went over there, right? So I know I could comfortably say I would think that that's reasonable to believe that they made sure the money was going to be right, but I don't know if they have it within a contract to make sure he was going to get them the right kind of fights while they there. You know what I'm saying? Because, that bag will blind you. The bag will blind you, and you'll just be following the plan. And next thing you know, he's going to have you on one of them European tours, man. I'm telling you, look, Avanesian, Chuckadazian. Don't start, Eddie. Shout out to my guy, A1, man. So who you think Tank fight next? Eddie Boots? I just don't know. Tank pickings are so slim. I mean, it's so slim for him, like, because you got so many guys that's out. You get what I'm saying? You got so many guys that's out the mix, and for whatever reason, from Shakur to Loma taking himself out the mix, to Rio not being ready to next year, if that's a possible option, to De Los Santos being injured, that not being an option. He already scraped Frank Martin. You get what I'm saying? The pickings is so slim for him. Like the last name that I heard somebody throw out was Manny Pacquiao, bro. That's how real it is. Don't mess with Texas. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting. Yeah, facts, man. That's what it's all about. Claymore to build. You see how I'm trying to have a conversation without trying to speak ill on Eddie Hearn. I'm trying to rid all toxicity out of the boxing conversation and just try to, tell y'all what I'm seeing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting from it. But it's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot going on. It just looks a certain way. That's all. You know what I'm saying? And I can't say it would benefit him at all to get Boots and not do anything with him but get him paid. I don't see how that does, much for him. But again, I don't know. I don't know if he fully accepted this challenge that it is for Boots to be getting these fights. You get what I'm saying? Got the Gus from my view. Shout out to everybody in the building. At least Eddie keeping Boots fighting. Yeah, for sure. Claymore, what it do, my guy? You came in here cooking, man. I had to drop the link, man. You hitting some points, man. Spot on, bro. What's going on with you?
Oh, everything's good, man. I appreciate you letting me on here. Yeah, I think the topic is awesome, man. I think this is perfect timing for people like us who, this gets kind of showcase what we're talking about, right? Like, here it goes. It's like that frog, the dissection, right? Let's talk about this. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I think it's safe to say that both these fighters probably want this fight. This is not a situation of these fighters not wanting to put this together, right?
Right.
But we also get to see Eddie Hearn, who, in my opinion, does the promoter have a right to have interest outside of the fighter at the same time as like Eddie Hearn has to have his boxes checked as well, right? Like,
Right.
what am I in this for?
Right.
What am I in this for? I'm in this. I want to promote you. I want to put the biggest bag in your pocket because that reflects the bag that's going to come up in my pocket. But at the same time, when you enter a situation like the Jaron Boots Ennis business, where you have a division of champions that refuse to want to fight him, right? They don't want to get in the ring with him, first of all.
Right.
And then the solution seems to be go in the hole, don't make any money in the spirit of putting Jaron Boots Ennis in position to become undisputed. Well, that's okay. I think we've seen Eddie Hearn kind of do that in the past. He, get out the way. But at the same time, I have a limited amount of time with this fighter to get him what he wants, but also come out in the black on the other side of this journey that we're about to be on.
Right.
And I have loyalties and responsibilities to my outfit, Matchroom, to my network, The Zone. I have to speak to these investors and explain to them why we sit in here looking the way we sit in here. Because if Jaron Ennis moves on after this 2 to 3 fight deal, a champion, and he's heading into his undisputed to become an undisputed champion, and he decides, thank you, Eddie, but I'm going to move on now to this other situation. Now he's done all this work to give this other situation an opportunity to reap the benefits of all the sacrifices he made in order to get Jaron Boots into that position. There's no guarantees for him.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Nah, man, you spot on. I like where you was going with that, man. Look, that's real, and it's just what it sounds like. You about building too. You just want to come to something that sounds logical and try to see the whole situation on both sides without trying to say you doing this wrong. You sabotaging. I don't want to go that route, but there's some things to consider, right? And it's tricky. And like I said, I think it's a really tough challenge for anybody that Boots been working with thus far, because it been when he was on that other side, that was the issue too. Couldn't get to exactly those type of fights, and this is more the same over here. That's why I don't say it's all on Eddie, but how he play his cards, it just has to be. You have to do something different than the other guy, the guy before you, the guys before you, to stand out. Other than that, what was your selling point to getting him over here? Because I'm pretty sure
talk about it,
get him the fights, get him paid, but you know this man hungry,
Talk about it. Just talk about it, bro. Because that's the question. The question is, the part that we don't have is, what was that conversation like that made Jaron say, all right, I'm gonna go rock with Eddie? What was that conversation? We could choose to believe that Eddie lied to him, said to him he was gonna do a bunch of stuff that he knew he couldn't do.
Peace to Melanin Queen.
Or did he speak to Jaron, Bozy, and that whole Ennis team and say, listen, let's be honest. We need to entertain a B plan if this A plan doesn't work, because I don't need to tell you guys, this plan hasn't been working. I've walked into a situation that you guys have been in longer than I've been in. I've been watching it from the outside looking in, but how successful has Cameron Duncan been with getting you these situations? How successful has Steven Espinoza and Showtime been in getting you these situations? Can we talk about what we're going to do if we walk into this and we're not able to accomplish these goals? What else do you want out of this boxing? You've been sitting here quiet, non-active. What else do you want? Well, Jaron Boots Ennis has a promotion company. He has fighters he wants to promote. He wants exposure. He wants activity. He wants money at some point. Sometimes we like to paint Jaron into somebody who doesn't care about money at all. Come on, bro. He's a prize fighter.
Yeah,
he
they
cares
all
about money. Right. So this is the other chapter. This is the other part of the conversation. What do we do if unification and undisputed isn't on the table anymore? If we're being rejected this way, what's the other plan? Well, the other plan is Turkey al-Sheikh. Turkey don't care about nothing going on with Jaron Boots Ennis unless it's at 154.
Right. And I think some of that thought process is bleeding over into Eddie, and it's starting to seem like, without saying it to us directly, like he touched on it briefly. We'll vacate. Virgil Ortiz, Terence Crawford. I don't think Crawford could fight. He just threw that little tidbit in there, and it's. I know it's in the back of his mind, like, you know what? We done got outbid for this fight. It was a crap fight anyway. You probably telling Boots, hey, man, it's better for you to just let this belt go.
You remember that plan B that we talked about, Boots?
You know what
I was saying to you before?
Yeah.
Can we have some lunch and talk about it? Because they really being a pain in the ass right now. They really acting fugazi right now. And look what he did with Sandor Martin and Devin. He did the same thing, right?
Right.
He said, "Look, I ain't interested in that. We gonna keep on doing
and
that,
ain't
bro.
spending no money. I ain't taking no loss on no trash fight." And now he had an opportunity to stand on what he said, because remember, he also said, if you pledge your loyalty to me, though, then that's different. I'll be willing. So that's why I was stuck when it was the difference was, I know it's $500,000. It's more money than I got, but I'm like, come on, you make that sacrifice for your guy, because I remember you saying you would go to bat, and basically you were saying you would bid on this fight if he was with you, and you know it would lose money. So you admitting to indirectly saying, yo, I'm cool with, I'll lose money if that's my guy. If it's my guy, we going to bat for him. And that's all. I'm not saying he's not doing that for Boots. I want to be very clear, but I want to feel that. From my seat, I want to be able to see, like, you doing everything you can to get him these fights. That's all. I'm not saying he's not doing it, but I can't feel it right now because of the way the situations are just playing out.
Well, did Boots commit?
Banks, what's good with it, bro?
Did Boots commit? Did Boots give him that comfort? Did Boots say, it's me and you? Like Anthony Joshua probably did, right? Where Anthony was like, we in it for the long run. Let's get it, Eddie, me and you.
Hey.
But did Boots give him that? Or did Boots say, let's see how this 3-fight deal works, and I'll let you know
probably
what we going to do? And Eddie said, oh, you going to let me know? I've heard that before. All right, say less.
I'm pretty sure he said it that way because of how things have been handled with regards to his career. That being said, make no mistake about it, man. My man is playing it so he can go to 54 because, like you said, that's where Turkey gets involved. He's trying his best not to spend his money because he done took so many losses. So I'm not trying to spend my money, so I'm trying to influence you to move 54. He could have made the fight with Norman. He could have. There could have been a way that they can finagle some numbers just to get that fight made.
Right.
But he signed on to Matchroom because he had promised him to get more active in fighting and to make him a star. That's what he promised he would do for Boots. I don't think that he sees it at 47, and he sees it more so at 54 because there are bigger fights to be made at 54. I mean, let's face it, man. Even Tim Zoo is better than Stanionis as far as draw appeal. Better than Barrios. Barrios is slightly closer, but as far as draw appeal, you get bigger fights fighting the champions up there than you do down there. And there's fights outside of champions that you can make that, man, them are some great fights. And then you have Turkey spending his bread.
Yeah, man, I think that 54 thing is becoming more and more real. And P. Hunter, salute to you, bro. That's a good point. Somebody else had suggested that I was talking to about him, being that you already know the name recognition wasn't down there. You knew you wasn't really going to get a chance to fight the two top champions. You could have beat them up at 54, and they would have been coming up to you. You could have been there already. But, being that he didn't do it and we can't rewind, he could always make good on that by doing that now. Because truth be told, I think that's his best option. Germany for a 65-35 split when they was trying to get a 90-10 in Philly. It's a big difference, big dip. It's totally different change, circumstances you're dealing with. You fighting in front of different judges. Man, I'm telling you now, I'm calling it. They would want nothing more than to be able to rob you. You go out there and let him survive over there where he from? Okay.
You got it. And Karen gonna run too.
You get what I'm
saying?
Run
around.
Right. And so you go over there and let him survive where he from. Man, now we got to worry about if you're going to get a fair shake on the cards. Don't tell them the whole situation is shitty now. It just turned. The minute y'all lost the purse bait, it just went. Then you got your split rejected, and it's just like, oh, continue to get worse. They like, yo, Boots basically backed in the corner. It's like it's 54 or bust because it was championship or bust for real without saying it at 47. Now no fight secure. It's like, bro, all right, I feel you, Boots, but man, you great enough, you talented enough. Go up there and kick ass at 54, bro. I don't care how you got to do it, but I say just do it. Go for it.
But this is where Eddie is sly. Like, he has to take the fight because he has to defend the belt so he can exercise his right up there to fight for that other belt. So, like, we're gonna get this fight out the way. I'm not gonna pay for it. They're gonna pay for it. You gonna go down there and you got to go in there knowing it's hostile territory and go down there and really put the beats on him so that we can come back out of this unscathed and go up there and claim what's ours at 54. I mean, and then in the process, show how you should move because the fight should have been Brian Norman Jr. versus him, but they felt like they couldn't take that amount of money going to Philly.
Right.
Like you had to give me 500,000 more, which is, like I said, 2.3 times more than you've ever made in a fight.
But you know what's funny? Guess what? When they got outbid for the fight, guess how much it translated to in US dollars? $2 million.
So he's
Remember
getting
what
less.
Norman said they wanted?
Yeah.
The same thing they said they wanted, bro.
Yeah,
Won't he
exactly.
do it? Won't he do it?
Yeah, it's funny how it play out. And, you know, like I say, you know, it's something that Eddie, like you said, he's going to have to sit down and really explain how all this stuff transpired. But at some point in time, he's going to have to be transparent with him and say, look, bro, I really don't want you fighting here. Ain't no money down here. And ain't nobody going to really want to fight you, man. For real. Bob ain't trying to fight you because he ain't trying to give up that belt.
Or tell them, or be honest and say, look, the money that they asking for, we feel like it's too much. Because you said all of them they won't fight you for less than 2.something million, 2.2, whatever he said. So you pretty much telling them that none of these dudes won't fight you for the money. We ain't got the money for them. You know what I'm saying? You got to go up and get the smoke. Let's just be honest with them so we can
that's what it is.
right along. The Boots era should have started the minute he smoked Avaneeson. Everything should have been, you know, on the up and up after that. He don't need no more pit stops. That dude over 30 fights in. Get that man some smoke, man. And let's see how great he is. That's all. I ain't blaming nobody. I just want to see him in the best situation possible. And I hate seeing all offers being just sat there. Nothing went nowhere. Think about it. 1 to each, that's 3. And then 2 additional to one of the fighters. That's 5 offers, yo. All of that, nothing happens. Then you get outbid. Now this man in a situation where you might as well just let the belt go. You ain't have to kill yourself for it anyway. They can't take it from you. You was a champion. All right, man. Just go get what's yours at 54, man.
It is what it is, and it's been like this. I mean, in my opinion, it's been like this. I think the question is always going to be for me, because there's one way to look at it to say that Boots has been in the dark, that Eddie is not being transparent with Boots. But then there's another side to this conversation where Boots is very much in the light, that he's not in the dark, that he's been given understanding by Eddie Hearn. And look, Boots has had a lot of time to think about this hiatus he's taken against his will because of the passing of Cameron Duncan and the dissolving of Showtime. He's had time to do more than training. He's been training, I'm sure, and still had his eye focused on the prize of becoming an undisputed champion at 147. But it's not far-fetched that he's entertained this outcome. That man, it doesn't look like I'm going to become undisputed at 147. My father is very motivated in this, and he feels like this is the way it should happen. But one thing about boxing is you can't force nobody to fight you, especially as a champion. As a champion, you lose more leverage because now you're not even eligible to be a mandatory anymore to any of these titles, right? So once he got that IBF title, it became a very much like, I got to convince these people to fight me. If that doesn't work out, Boots also has to address the business of boxing because he has himself, his family, his team. He has people who he's signed to. He has to be active by any means necessary. He has to get the exposure so he can provide a platform for the people behind him that are going to help him retire out of boxing. So I'm on the side of Eddie Hearn and Jaron Boots. Is this going according to plan, even though it seems chaotic to us? Boots has a huge responsibility in front of him and a huge task because he probably is going to have to go to Germany. He's got to defend that IBF belt because he needs the security. He can't allow that belt to be stripped from him because it takes the little bit of leverage that he has away from him. So he's got a task in front of him. Eddie's put something crazy in front of him. Who would have ever predicted going to Germany? Who would have ever predicted Karen being in the way and being activated as a mandatory by the IBF? But look, we got to take what we're getting, and we got to keep on working through it because Eddie has a responsibility to prove his worth to Boots inside of 3 fights. He has to do it inside of 3 fights. He's not going to prove his worth losing money. He also has to recover losses he's done with Devin Haney and fights that he's taken chances on, and he hasn't seen the love on that. So he's got a lot on his plate, man. Interesting.
Real.
A lot of moving parts and very interesting.
Man, that's real, man. Damn, you spot on. And they in a tough situation, and I think that's the question: do you ride it out with them at 47 and say, all right, look, man, we just gonna do You know, we just gonna go at this. We're gonna go get rid of him, and we're gonna get these other dudes. If you still confident in your dream at 47, I support it. But right now, to me, it's just looking like best option. Say, you know what, hell with this belt. Let me go up here where I know some people are fighting me. Cause I feel like it's a lot of smoke up there.
Yeah, and his money. You got Turkey. You covered. You're covered with Turkey. Turkey's willing to take the losses. He's in loss mode. He's in the mood to lose money. He's okay with losing money right now. Perfect time to get in line with him. And you know what? Let me get my 5-10 million to make these huge fights up there and get some exposure on the international level. And who knows? Maybe on my journey as a prize fighter, legacy may catch up with me and I get an opportunity to unify and become undisputed at 154. You never know.
Right. That sounds like a damn plan to me. So I hope they thinking it out just as much as we sitting here thinking it, because we want to see it for them, man, and just can't do it. Karen does nothing for nobody at all but Karen. You know, the only thing you're gonna do is show up and lose again, for real. But
that's all that's going
on. Thomas, you ball-headed like me, damn.
Yeah, how you end up with the home court advantage and being the damn, you know, opponent. You know, it's the weirdest situation. It just went crazy south real fast. Like
Karen was a curveball. Karen was a what? Huh? Didn't we just beat him? Nah, man, he the mandatory. We're gonna activate the mandatory him. That was the what? You know, that was the curveball.
But you want to know,
Buddy went on a win streak since losing the Boots.
I was about to say, and prior to fighting Boots, like he never fought that way before. Never fought that way before.
CJ.
And the only problem with Boots was that he was on the card with Tank, and he really wanted to show his stuff on that night. So, you know, he kind of like went beyond what his scope was for the game plan and tried to just go out there and knock his block off. And he abandoned some things and he chased him on that. I think this next fight, oh man, it's gonna be bad. No matter how much he try to move around, he gonna angle the ring and he gonna cut him off and he gonna run him right back to that dynamite.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be like them dang meat cartoons. It's gonna be a lot of explosions.
You're gonna be off the cliff, like no flaw in you.
Exactly.
I think Jaron is going to. Listen, man, there's something about fighting somebody twice, right? The second fight is always a lot different because I know you now. Believe it or not, we have a relationship now. Me and you, we almost kin a little bit now. It's not the same as before. We know each other a little bit better now. Don't mistaken my ability, my abilities with a bad game plan, right? My strategy was flawed that night. You think for 1 second I can't adjust and catch your ass, cut this ring off and do work. And we're gonna do work in Germany. I got faith in Boots, man. On the other side of this mess is an opportunity. And Boots just has to get through Karen. On the other side of this mess, there may be some opportunities there bigger than what was that'll make 147 and look and make this whole scenario put perspective on it. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So let's see. Get through it, man.
Shout out to you. Said it's UK bums at 154. Hashtag Demetrius Andre 2.0. We're gonna talk
and we ain't
about
never got a boxing game. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out Cigar Talk.
Baker, what up, my guy? What's good with it? Look, I think I think you got probably some Euro guys all over. They sprinkled out all over throughout the weight classes, but if you look at I think the better half of 54, you talking about some real talent. Like I said, you got Ramos to the Lubins, you got Tim Tszyu, you got Crawford up there. It's a lot of smoke, man, potentially at 54. And that's where he'd be looking to compete at, right? With them.
That's still Thurman.
You don't need the Euro guys that's possibly up there. He need some of those guys I just mentioned. Like those are all great fights for him, man. And I'm pretty sure he can make some money and work himself into title contention pretty fast up there. I know he could do it.
If he's still fighting.
Got to. He can't stay put. I mean, staying put is just, unless you really want to keep chasing it, then look, I get it. You stuck on 47. You want to chase them belts, but it's going to be hard.
I get it. Just do it. I'm with you, man. I get it. I feel you, and I heard it in your voice. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? Look, ain't nothing but love. We want to see you fight, Boots, or whatever you want to do. If you like it, we love it. But I ain't gonna hold you. If you asking me, and you're not, but if you are asking me, Man, we ready to
But
see.
if he want to make the hit, he got to Teddy Pendergrass it and let it go.
People still call him hype. And I feel like he just need one, at least one of them to shut something. I don't want to hear that no more, bro. 30 fights in, and we still like, man, he's just hype. I'm like, what? Nah,
it hurts your spirit. It hurts your spirit. Yeah, it hurts your spirit to see him. It hurts your spirit to see a talent like we know Boots Ennis is more than likely a generational talent, more than likely a pound for pound fighter in the whole boxing space right now. But it gets harder and harder and harder to defend somebody who just doesn't have those opponents. To constantly have to tell people that our eye test is telling us what we're trying to tell you. It's hard to be on this side of the argument. It's going to be a very lonely place, a very dark space for us to be in on this side of the argument. It's like we got to be quiet after a while.
Man. I'm like, damn, man, you can't catch a break for Boots, bro. They still calling my man hype with 30 fights in, and I'm like,
email champion. He ain't never even fought for a belt.
He looked like this, but the eye test, like you say, he passed all the tests. Yeah, but damn it,
he ain't never fought a champion, man. What are you talking about? He got an email belt. You sitting here like, bro, this dude is nice.
Like, you just want to see him hurt. You know what I'm saying?
See, like I say,
shout out to you, bro.
That's why you got to hit.
What he's going to do is get UK bums. All those guys you mentioned, he isn't getting. And listen, I'll say this: I can understand your reservations because of the Eddie Hearn experiment, as we talking about today. But you gotta try. You got to. At this point, it's just the same as you took a leap of faith on Eddie. You got to take that with the next weight class, and I just don't see everybody not wanting to get in there. You know what I'm saying? He had opportunities here to make these fights. You see what I'm saying? But it's just a matter of how much his promoter is willing to kick out to secure these fights for his fighters. So,
yo, Just, isn't Boots like also trying to fly a small banner of promotion as well too?
That's what I'm saying. The business.
So he's really getting a quick lesson in business and boxing 101, bro. Like he's actually seeing how this ish works. So like that's another thing that I think that low key he's showing him. Like, bro, look, this is the angle we gotta go. You gotta go defend this belt, man. Because by defending this belt, you're gonna take a little bit less. But guess what? We don't gotta waste no money, spending no money in this fight. And then on top of that, that's somebody that you know you can beat. And on top of that, you frustrated, right? Go out there and go do what you want to do to everybody else. And then we could take it up there and, man, we can go conquer. There's so many people there that they said, like, you weren't ready for that's there. We can go take those fights.
Go press them. And that's what I was saying, Thomas. So, right there, what was that conversation like between Eddie Hearn and Jaron Boots and his team when they were discussing this partnership? And they emphasized on the partnership. This is not just Boots signing a deal like another kind of fighter. This is a partnership, right? That Boots has signed with Eddie Hearn. What was the conversation like? Was it, this is what we're going to do on this side of the conversation as far as unification, but if unification doesn't seem to be an option, let's talk business.
And
let's talk about what you've decided to get involved with, which is the business of boxing, exposure, promotion, prize fighting, money in, money out, return on investment. Let's talk about what this business really is. And I think Boots is not necessarily in the dark here. Where people are really feeling like Boots is a victim, I think Boots has bought into a game plan that we're not aware of.
Hey, it's possible. It is. Signature Sounds was good with it. I see you, tunnel vision. Y'all now you making sense. So, you figure if he don't want to pay for fights down here, he ain't gonna want to pay for them up there. But you still, it's something you got to try at this point because it's looking tougher and tougher down there at 47. For real. You know what I mean, it seemed like it's getting to the point like is even having the belt worth it if you got to go through that. If you can't get no other champion in there, then you it against people that we know you beating up. That's not doing nothing for you, but having you frustrated and wasting time. So it's a matter. You got to take that leap of faith, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And try your hand. But again, 3 fights ain't the end of the world for him. So if it really don't work out by then, just like Core having 2, they could both have an opportunity after them situations to see like, is this something I should do again, or should I? Test the water.
Nobody.
Yeah, we gonna see. I just hate to see it. Like I said, it's tough. And McQueen was good, my guy. How you felt?
Good brother, and McQueen.
Feeling fantastic, man. You guys up here making some excellent points. Something that y'all talked about a few minutes ago. I think it might have been Claymore. He had said something about the route to undisputed, or even facing another titleist. What do you think about dropping the belt and looking to pursue being ranked in other sanctioning bodies? Because from my understanding, a titleist can't be ranked in other sanctioning bodies.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
heard
maybe
if
that
you
could be
drop the
another
belt,
way.
I heard if you drop the belt that you drop out of. Now I heard you. Rachel Donaire came on last night on my show and said if you drop the belts, it's like a 6-month hiatus you got to take out of the IBF at least. I'm not sure how that translates into the other 3 sanctioning bodies. Dropping that belt, Eddie hinted towards it. He said we may consider vacating the belt. So you got to think they took that into consideration. But Boots is that kind of fighter who, when he doesn't bring anything to the table, it just hurts him because he's such a problem in the ring. Unless you're giving me some real reward, unless you're giving me something to really gain. But Turkey may check that box as far as money's concerned at 154, him having somebody behind him who's willing to pay that. But I don't know. I think it's a good question, though. I think dropping the belt is something legitimate that they can entertain, and it sounds like they are entertaining. I just don't know what that translates into as far as his ranking.
Right.
That's the reason why I asked, because potentially, if your goal is to get in there with other titleists, that can be a route to doing that. Get in a fight with a guy like whoever is. What was it? Mario Barr's got the WBC. We got Brian Norman, WBO, and who has the WBA right now?
Stan Jonas.
Stan Jonas.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he can do what Karen just did. You see, Karen got himself a rematch with Boots potentially by becoming the #1 contender.
He just kept winning.
Those eliminators, put yourself in position, and then that's another way to go about getting the fight.
Money wise, and time wise. Money, how much money is he going to be taking as far as being a B-side to every conversation he's in right now into building himself up? And also time wise, how much longer does Boots have at 147? This guy I hear walks around anywhere between 175 to 190 pounds on any given Sunday. He's cutting weight to make it at 147. If you even pay attention to his weigh-ins, we can see you're getting to the point now to where you can see the weight cuts. I don't know if you guys are peeping that. Like it used to be where he looked cut. Now I'm seeing the weight cut.
Picture with him hoisting the belt, and you could unless you ignoring it a little, you could I ain't gonna lie. I just recently looked at it as recent as today, and I'm like,
how much longer does he have there? How much longer does he plan on hanging at 147 to get back into starting over again? If he's going to start over again, is it better that he does it at 154? I don't know.
Dr. Boxing Talk. What it do, my guy? Al Booger. Just Boxing Talk at his finest. Shout out to my bro, Al Booger, man. Appreciate you, bro.
And we ain't never got to box again.
Oh,
well, I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
No, so the just is mandatory that you play that, man. I was just saying, I think it just depends on whatever his aspirations are, because everybody is saying things that are completely reasonable and plausible. It goes beyond just getting the belts because, as Thomas alluded to, he's got his own promotional banner that he started. So this could be a crash course in learning the business.
Absolutely. Could be.
Great point. I guess it ain't all got to be bad, but just for the immediate look, it's just like, damn, what's going on with Boots? Are you going to Germany? Because I hear, and it's just rumblings. I ain't talked to him or nothing, but I'm hearing he ain't feeling that. So if that's true, then what's your options right now?
It's the curveball. Karen was a curveball.
That's a fair question.
But this could be the blessing in disguise for him with this partnership, man. I mean, to get his company going so he understand and have a head up in the business on how it go. Because, man, honestly, I know for a fact that Bob, he covets belts. He's not, Boots, bro. It's Boots. You get in the room, you get made a meme in the ring with Boots. So, man, he ain't trying to let that belt go for unless we cutting severance checks. We got to get paid to let this belt go.
Right.
Because if I'm getting termination of this belt, it's going to cost.
is it unreasonable to think that, I mean, Eddie had to know that it wasn't going to be easy to get people in the ring. And that's why I keep pointing to, like, do something different than the rest of these dudes, man. It just seemed like, just part of me feel like you was just too cool with them being like, nah, we don't want to fight. Like, it's like, you know, they don't want to
I
fight.
feel you. They seemed ready.
Yeah,
They seemed ready. They didn't seem caught off guard. They seemed ready for like too ready for it.
When in reality, one was still negotiating. I'm like, that just make me feel like you want to influence him up too, because then again, that bring probably Turkey into the fold, because he in there talking about 154 matchups as well. Remember, after Boots fight, and didn't he call him? He started talking to him about the Crawford fight. Where is Crawford at? You know what I'm saying? Now the whispers is about a Madrimov fight at 54. So
great fight, by the way.
They start thinking if you go in there and stop him, because his dad already said he'd stop Madrimov. He said he would have stopped him. So you know how they gonna play that. You stop him, then they think that puts pressure on Crawford. But I don't think nothing put pressure on Crawford. I just think he at the point where he doing. KO, my guy, was good with it, bro.
Okay, that link down there, player. Yeah, but
man. So yeah, but, man, it's one of them situations where but it's good thing for him, he could fight, man. That's the good thing. It ain't all bad. You could fight, Boots. Always remember that. You can go up, you could go fight up there, or you could stick it out. That's all. It ain't all bad, but man, Eddie, man, because you got two fine talents, man. It's already looking like what you doing over there, bro.
It's about the game plan, man. It's about the strategy. It's about it's about the transparency. It's about what we're not exposed to, what we're not being made abreast of, right? Because we're not allowed in those rooms. We don't get to talk about their careers in those type of conversations that they have. So the question is, have the fighters been properly prepped for this turbulent time in their careers? Have they all been able to own and address, like, I'm grabbing you guys in a moment in time when none of you guys have been getting the love, right? That's why you're over here. You're not getting love in your division. You're not getting the love in your matchmaking. You're not getting it, and I'm trying to bring some changes that are going to be positive for you in your career. But it's like dreads, right? Are you ready for this nappy phase of your career that we may have to go through in order to get to this other side of this water, man? It's turbulent, man. I didn't grab you. You guys weren't turnkey. When I picked you guys up, you weren't turnkey. I got to figure this out, and we might have to figure it out together. Is the transparency there, or is Eddie Hearn failing at the expectations that they thought was going to happen at this point? For them, for the fighter, not for us, the fan. Because I think for us, we're like, what? Without a doubt.
It's tough to argue for him at this point because ain't nothing working. Ain't nothing working. They get right over there. Ain't nothing working. It's like, damn. Every turn. Come on, Eddie. I tried to stall you out. I can't stall you out no more.
I mean, well, one positive is that he had him in that event over at Wells Fargo. That's the one positive.
What's good with it, bro?
14,000, 15,000 people. So that's a positive. I think that's a step in the right direction. Keep doing things like that and continue to scale it up and build up his brand and everything else. And make the juice worth the squeeze for some of these guys, man. At least if you're getting there with a guy like Tank and there's a good possibility you're going to be taking a nap, you're going to be on pay-per-view, you're going to be in a sold-out arena, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So it's like, even if I take that L, but with Boots, it's like I'm just getting my ass whooped. Yeah. So continue to build his brand up, scale it up.
You definitely taking that butt whooping.
It almost seemed like he got to over the opponents. I guess to the people, they got to be overpaid to get in there, and that's just not a good sign.
You got people over there.
What's good? What's good with it, Josh? What's up with y'all? How y'all doing?
Salute, Kale.
What's up with you guys?
What up, panel? How y'all doing?
What's up,
Kale? What up, Clay?
What's good? What's good,
Queen, Thomas, what's going on, y'all? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right.
Clear.
So I just got here literally when I hit salute, so I don't really know what side everybody on, but I can't blame Eddie Hearn or Jaron Boots Ennis for Brian Norman Jr. being a duck, bro.
Talk to me.
Like I don't know where we at where somebody can turn down a payday that's 8 times higher than they ever got in their career and a payday that's worth more money than all their fights combined. And we looking at the promoter of the fighter that made the offer 3 times like it's his fault.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what we doing, bro? Like at the end of the day, don't Brian Norman Jr. got a legacy too? Ain't he here to try to unify too? Ain't he the one that his daddy talking like they about to step on Boots? Like Boots ain't like when you hear him talk about Boots trash, right? He ain't fought nobody. All his opponents were set up opponents.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, Boots Ennis would fight Karen because Brian Norman Jr. turned down 3 consecutive offers. Brian Norman Jr. is fighting on Keyshawn Davis's undercard because he wants to, because he chose to do that instead of fighting Jaron Boots Ennis. He had Jaron Boots on the table for $1.5 million in a main event unification fight. Instead, he is fighting a voluntary fight on an undercard for about $200,000. But he'll tell you, in the case of Boots Ennis, we're not peasants. We need $2 million. But if it's Huegos Rancheros or Cuevas, whatever his name is, I'll take $200,000 for him though. I take $200,000 for him, but for Boots, the price is different though. Come on, dog.
Hell yeah, KO. You know he going in there fighting the best fighter in the world.
Bro, I don't even, anyone that knows me, bro, I don't even like Eddie Hearn. Y'all know that. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm not blaming. I'm a boxing fan. I want to see the fight. All I know is objectively looking at this situation, if it was just Eddie Hearn word, I'm like, yo, you a liar. But I didn't ask Brian Norman Sr. to confirm that they got offered 3 fights. I didn't ask him to go on a YouTube tour where his manager is letting it be known that they made 3 offers. So y'all let the cat out the bag and let me know that Eddie was telling the truth. So, okay, now I know he's telling the truth. Okay, so let's get it cracking. Let's analyze the situation. He offered you how much? Oh, 1 million? You said no. Then he did what? 1.2. You said no. Then he did what? 1.7. And you still said no.
And then 7, right?
So hold on. So you turned down 1.5 or 1.7, whatever it is, but you made $150,000 your last fight, dog. What you talking? Oh, I ain't no mathematician. Maybe somebody up here can help me. But at last I checked, 1.5 million divided by 150,000 is 10. I mean, maybe somebody can double check the math. But so you want 10 times as much to fight Boots. Then you got to fight Santillan, and it's because you're going to Boots' backyard, but you went to Santillan backyard. Santillan's from San Diego, California. Y'all fought in San Diego, California. So you already went to his backyard. And then I see you in the chat, J.A. Dixon. They say, well, taxes. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a taxpaying citizen. I have a 9-to-5 and all of that stuff. So y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you pay taxes regardless of how much money you make? Right. Like, so don't Uncle Sam go in your pocket if you're making 30,000, and he also go in your pocket if you're making 150,000. So if you get a purse that's 150,000, or you get a purse that's 1.5 million, don't you still got to pay your team? Because they said they got to pay top rank. Don't you still got to pay top rank? Still got to pay your management team, and you still get stuff coming out to. So that's not a good excuse. We can't use that, bro. And I know I'm being long-winded, but it's just because,
bro. That's why the link is there, bro.
I'm passionate about, bro. Like, we got too many situations where it's like, yo, did this person make an offer? Did that person make an offer? Well, this person said this. Well, this person said that, to where we can actually like have a real debate where I could probably get some points off. You could get some points off. It's a debate. The audience loves it. Okay, cool. Let's have a debate. Let's see if we can get their point across better. But in this situation, there's no debate, bro. We know that an offer was made, and we know that it was for a dude's career highest payday, and we know he turned it down. What are we talking about, bro? Like, there's nothing else to discuss here, bro. And it just seems to me that because Brian Norman Sr. is doing things that Bozy Ennis won't do, like going on a YouTube tour, going by certain platforms and panels, popping this stuff, seems like people are choosing to support him strictly for that reason instead of looking at the facts and being like, yo, dog, I hear you, but bro, you about to build up a prospect. Like, no disrespect to Keyshawn. I know Miss Just love Keyshawn, but they putting you on there to prop up a prospect, bro. Like, you about to prop you literally a prop. You turned down being the main event to be a prop for Keyshawn Davis, dog, against a dude that even I'm gonna have to study this dude to do a fight. I don't know who this dude is, bro.
Right. So let me ask you, because you know, he got his management and his pops doing a lot of the speaking, handling the business. Do you think they fumbled this situation?
Yes, 100%. If they were gonna make this move, bro, they should have just been quiet. And then that way, at least people that are arguing for Brian Norman Jr. could be like, "Yo, bro, Eddie Hearn is a liar. We can't trust Eddie Hearn." And then at least they would have something to fall off of. But you done let the cat out the bag. You done told us the numbers. You done told us what they was offering you. And you done told us why you turned it down, that you're not a peasant. And then your actions to show that you wasn't a peasant to go be a peasant for Keyshawn Davis. Come on, bro. Like, that's your ad. Like, I'm not a peasant, Boots. I'm not a peasant. You gotta pay me $2 million. But Keyshawn Davis, you ain't accomplished nothing. You're not a champion. And Bob Arum, yes, we'll go on his undercard. We'll prop up Abdullah Mason and Keyshawn Davis. We'll go right in between them to prop up the card so we can have a championship fight on the card. We'll do that for y'all for the tune of $200,000. But Boots, we won't fight you for $1.7 million because we ain't peasants. Like, bro, they messed up, bro. They messed up badly, dog. Boot, like, it ain't Boots' fault. Like, it ain't Eddie Hearn's fault that guys want to make more money than what they deserve to make the fight Boots, bro. At the end of the day, it goes both ways. We got to stop letting these less popular fighters make us go at the A-side fighter or go at the popular fighter, all because they asking for some shit that that they don't have no business asking for. What did you do to deserve a 10-time raise? If Canelo Alvarez, this people are shitting on Canelo Alvarez for doing the same thing Brian Norman Jr. did. Canelo Alvarez is guaranteed by what, $30 million a fight. He like, yeah, y'all want me to fight David? I need $200 million. Bro, that's about the same. What 200 divided by, that's like 6 or 7 times more than what he usually gets. That's what Brian Norman Jr. is doing. Just because it's on a smaller scale, people are trying to look over that shit. But bro, you don't ask for 10 times your highest payday and people are supposed to take you serious. Bro, you ducking. You pricing yourself out on purpose. No one's gonna do that.
And you're definitely not Canelo. I mean, the point is driven home when you said he going on the prospects card as an undercard participant.
Whoa. Contender Keyshawn Davis. My bad. Everything else.
You're right.
It made it a little bit. It made it a little bit better, bro. But
right,
I can't go it like when we got 2 champions. Your responsibility as a champion is to fight other champions, fight your mandatory. That's what we expect of you, bro. And when you are given an offer to fight another champion in your division, and you're given 3 offers to do so, and you talk the way that they talk publicly, and you turn all 3 of those offers down, it ain't like they lowballed him and started off low. Every offer that they made him was exponentially higher than anything he'd ever got, bro. Y'all go do the research. Go look up his purses, bro. Before he got the Top Rank deal, he was fighting in bar rooms. You add those barroom fights up, you add up his time on Top Rank, man, the man has made roughly about $300,000 to $350,000 throughout his entire career. That's all 20-some of his fights combined, bro.
Still less than what he said he should give up.
Yes, and in one fight, he could have made all of that 2-3 times over, but he turned that shit down. And people are literally blaming Eddie and Boots, bro. And I don't even like Eddie, but this one ain't on him. This was in his own the welterweight division for not wanting to smoke with Boots Ennis, bro.
Guys, I'm about to step off in a second. I want to just add to what KO's saying. Yeah, I think there's 2 sides of the conversation, but without a doubt, Brian Norman's side is more so a reserved. I'm young. Well, his fighter is young and his son, and they have time. I agree with KO 100% on one important part of this conversation. Why are y'all still out here on this social media campaign talking the way you're talking if you know you're not trying to make this fight? It's bitter, sweet, however you want to look at it. It's hard to process and digest as a boxing fan to watch you guys consistently go on these different platforms, talk about how somebody's ducking you when all you had to do, they put a deal on the table that was $250,000 below your asking price, the opportunity to prove everything you're saying, to be a unified champion, to do all these different things is on the table, and you're sitting here doing it. Boots is not doing that, right? Boots, in my opinion, because I also feel like Boots had a decision to make, and it was going to be, how bad do you want to be unified, and how much is the money important to you? And I think Boots did make a decision to say, man, that unification isn't that important to me. It's important to me, but I'm not willing to just give you everything, give you the bank. You know what I'm saying? In order to make this happen. So that's a realization that I feel like Boots has had to come to say, I might just need to move on, bro, because I'm not doing this 2 more times. I'm not doing this with you, then having to do this with Stanley Ionis and having to do this with Mario Barrios. I'm okay. At this point, I need to start considering other points. But Brian Norman Sr.'s campaign right now, today he just went on Mill City and he's doing it again. It's like, Dar, you legitimately have a fight on November 8th. Promote that fight. This fight isn't even supposed to be getting talked about anymore. It makes you look bad. That's all I got to say. You know, it makes you look bad. I appreciate you guys. Salute to everybody.
Shout out to Clay,
Salute, Clay.
And 100%.
Hold it down, Claymore.
You know what? Just to complete the circle. You guys still got 2 more fighters involved outside of Brian Norman. I know he been the most talked about because they've been going back and forth, but you still got Stan Ionis and Barrios too that supposed to have got contracts. I ain't really hearing too much from them either. Besides, Stan Ionis said the money was laughable or something like that. Said it wasn't even worth entertaining or talking about or something like that. So Boots in a stuck situation. I think at this point, like I said earlier, sound like 54 is the better option at this point. Then
we'll see, man.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, it's gonna always be the better option. He went to Matchroom. He went to Matchroom in the first place because he couldn't get the fights over there with Barrios and Stanley Ionis on Premier Boxing Champions. He really wanted to deal with Al and them, but he had to leave because the only person they tried to put on the table for him was Subriel Matias, and Subriel Matias had to leave because they couldn't get no 140s to fight him. If people don't want to fight you, bro, they just don't want to fight you. And this idea that we want promoters to like do something like, bro, if Eddie was stupid enough to pay Brian Norman what he was asking for, plus Boots in his $3 million that he's getting per fight, that's $5 million. They would have to do a $5 million live gate just to break even, bro. Tank Davis numbers, bro. Tank Davis did a $5 million live gate with Hector. Boots not there. Why would somebody just throw away money on a fight that's not gonna make money because one fighter's being unreasonable with what they're asking for, bro?
I can't argue that logic, man. So what you think about him letting them being outbid for this fight with Karen?
It's a fight they openly didn't want anyway. They both said they didn't want that fight, and and that's the hypocrisy, bro. That just like gets on my nerves. Like fans were going. So if they won the purse bid, right, and they showed that they really wanted to fight, and they were putting Boots Ennis versus Karen in Philly, people would crap all over that fight because he already 12 zip the dude. Nobody want to see that fight. But then he lose the purse bid because they don't want to put up money on a fight that they know don't nobody want to watch. So they put up a purse bid just because that is his fighter. And they lose the purse bid. Now people are like, he lost the purse bid. But you were going to criticize the fight anyway. No, nobody wanted the fight anyway. So why would you criticize him for losing the purse bid on the fight that you don't want to see?
No way. Definitely not.
Yeah, I'd rather him drop the belt, move up to 154, and get a better fight. If you're telling me Boots Ennis and Madrimov for no belt, or Boots Ennis and Karen for the IBF welterweight belt, man, forget that belt. I care nothing about that belt, bro. I care about the fight.
Exactly where I'm at with it. And for the record, y'all know me. I ain't blame either side. Whether I made that clear, whether it was Eddie Hearn, not even Brian Norman and them, because I feel like.
Hey, I'll be back. Just I'm gonna hop on the work call and then I'm gonna come back, bro.
Arguments. I listened to it and I summed it up as they felt like they had a worth. They felt like they were standing on something. That's what they was going after, and they couldn't get it. Maybe, like I said, somewhere down the line, if they keep winning, and that's the key word, if they keep winning, then they'll be able to demand that kind of money next time. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, it's just missed opportunity. I wanted to ask KO this, but I asked all y'all because y'all up here too. So again, who y'all think this affect more though? Because for me, it's deeper than
I wanted to
I don't do this nowhere. But who y'all think it affect more? 2 cents. Pardon me, Queen. You could cook on it.
Yeah, better cook.
What up? Yeah, I want to drop my 2 cents real quick and say, like, I agree with KO in this isolated, incident. I do believe Brian Norman is a quote unquote duck, but actually, I don't think that they ever really had any intentions on taking the fight. If you listen to Brian Norman Sr., one of those interviews, he mentioned you have to attach your name to a fighter. So it seems as though that they just wanted to attach their name to Boots, especially for the fact that they're still talking about it. And when have you ever seen a negotiation be so public and then the fight fall through? The fight happened. In most cases, when those negotiations are really public like that, it's usually capped. Like, for real. Like, just think back to all the public negotiations you've seen. and what happened with him. So I felt like no matter what Eddie would have offered them, they would have just kept moving the goalposts because they didn't have no intention on ever making the fight. Especially when you look at the fact that he's gonna be making way, way less money fighting on the undercard in the whole situation. But I really wanted to come up here and give my 2 cents that if you look at the overall situation, my 2 cents is that this is all Boots' fault, Bozy's fault, or his team fault, or whoever fault. Because I can remember about 5 or 6 years ago, I watched a video with Boots, and he was complaining that he could. They were basically. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay.
Boxing,
they were basically. Can y'all hear me?
Right, we can hear you now.
On and off, on and off.
All right, they were basically saying that they couldn't find opponents, and they were basically just paying people to fight Boots. So somebody got a mute. Somebody got a lot of noise. And so basically, here we come 5, 6 years later. You're 5, 6 years later, and you're telling me Boots is having the same issue. He's still having to quote unquote overpay people to fight. And I've also heard that the reason why he didn't sign the PBC and left PBC is because they were encouraging him to go to 54. So it seems like all the signs and everything and all these issues you've been having in this division, why would you stay? And I heard y'all mention earlier, it's starting to show that the weight is catching up with him. And if he stays in this division, they're just going to wait him out until they believe he can no longer make the weight. That's what's going to end up happening. At this point, you need to move up to 54, in my opinion. I don't know why y'all are staying here because I feel like every negotiation will be like this. Everybody will be outpricing themselves. It's unfortunate that your revenue haven't caught up to your skill level so that you are able to pay these opponents and you are able to do those things. But it's because your stubbornness and your I guess goal or dream to be undisputed at 147. It's not. I just don't see it working. I feel like once they call that Karen mandatory, you should have been like, you know what, I'm moving up. Because what's gonna happen after Karen? And then you already know PBC got all the 54 smoke. They got most of the 47 belts on lock. You're not in the right place. Everybody was like, why are you signing with Eddie Hearn? Who Eddie Hearn got for you to fight? But we gave it a chance. We wanted to see what was gonna happen, and now we see what's happening. Him and his team see what's happening. Like, I don't understand why this is that hard of a decision to just go up to 54, regardless of whether you go up to 54 and you're able to chase the belts right away. What you will be able to do is build your name and start building your stardom so that when you do get to the point to where you want these belts, the money won't be an issue. Like, it's almost like you should have kind of built yourself and did it the way Tank did it. He became a star first. Now he can go for the belts because they're going to be, well, in most cases, you would think they would be willing to fight him because his revenue has caught up to his skill level. But that's just my 2 cents about the situation. Like, I think overall, this is really on Boots and their team and their stubbornness and decision making on staying at 47 when 5, 6 years ago you were having trouble finding opponents, and then fast forward to now, it's the same issue. Like, I don't know at one point they think that that's gonna change.
Man.
Hey, who was that just spoke? 2 cents boxing. Was that you that just spoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
She just lit it up.
All right. Hey, shout out to you. I ain't seen you up here, but I ain't had a chance to speak yet, so I would like to a chance to put in my proverbial 2 cents. You did?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. What's up, Jusdueboxing? What's up to the panel? Man, I wish I could have caught KO. He was on here when I first tapped in on the stream, but I took a little, I had to do some shit before I could hop up on the panel. But hey, he framing it as an outright duck on Team Norman's part, and I gotta disagree with that, man. And another reason for me to encourage you to make it a series, champ. It's negotiations. It's a lot deeper than I never wanted to fight. I was just trying to price myself out. No, from what the latest I heard from Norman is they originally had asked for $3 million, so the take home could be $1+, and then they both moved up and down respectively. You dig? So that sounds like negotiating in what I want to say.
and good interest and good damn, that ain't the phrase I'm looking for, but you know what I'm saying. They was really trying to make the fight in good faith. That's what it is. In good faith.
Yeah,
So no, I can't agree with the ducking. I side more with what 2 Cents was saying. It's unfortunate. I know we get frustrated as fans and we want to villainize somebody, but man, you got to really just step back and say, okay, if I was in that position, I just became champion. Yeah, it might be X times amount more than I made so far, but now I got some leverage and I'm gonna flex it. Yeah. I said on another panel, I think the other day that yeah, I know what it was, but when I first got out of college, I came from making 30K and I got my degree. Okay, yeah, I'm on. And so somebody offered me 50K. And while that was almost twice as much as I had made so far, I said, nah, I think I could do a little better. So I held out for more and it ended up working out. So just because it's the best you've done so far, don't mean it's automatically what you should take. You dig? Recognize your leverage.
For sure.
And go for the most you can get. And I can't blame no man for saying I got more value than you think I do and going for that and landing it. We discussed this the other day. Jaron Ennis, his back is really against the wall. He got nobody left to fight at 47. Oh, and one thing, Knockout, and shout out to Knockout. I've been on this panel once before. I had no hate for him. But one thing he didn't acknowledge is that the other two, and you brought it up, Justu, the other two other two fighters rather, that he offered fights to for unification, and they didn't take him. So it must be something fishy in the water. You can't put all the blame
I'm all about
on one side of the street.
Whole story. Right. Got it. You got to throw them into the mix too. And I wanted to be clear. It's not that I'm blaming Eddie Hearn, but just the look of it. You're not able to do nothing different than anybody else. And I ain't blaming you. Yeah, you can't get guys in there, but shit, man, like what you gonna do with the guy then? You know what I'm saying? That's what it's gonna come down to. And like I said, at 27, carrying in a rematch in Germany, 65-35 split after getting that 90-10 rejected is wow. Wasted time. Talk about a waste of time. That's it right there. That's it. That's why I say, man,
Facts.
everybody.
When you approaching 30,
right.
When you approaching 30, yeah, it's gonna get hurty. Bad rhyme, but you dig what I'm saying. Yeah, while as motherfuckers Boots fans that damn, let me stop cussing in public. I'm next to a school. When Boots fans say, oh, Brian Norman don't deserve the fight, main thing they bring up is he ain't seasoned. So how you gonna hate on him for trying to go out there and get some more seasoning at age 23? No likey. So yeah, man, that's where I'm gonna land my plane for now. I'm gonna let somebody else tap in, but I'm gonna rotate back in.
Man, for sure.
Yeah, let me say this here.
Talk to me.
What's going on? Yeah, the Normans basically know the only leverage they have is the belt. So the way they looking at it is this: like KO said, about 300,000. They figure if we fight Boots, there's a huge chance that we can lose the belt. And once we lose the belt, boom, all we made was $800,000. Which is not our goal. Just that one time, we're gonna lose, and after we lose against Boots, that's it. Whereas he said in so many words, we could fight 3 or 4 fights and make way more than that. And I think that's the way they're trying to leverage the belt, by just fighting other opponents that's probably not as good as Boots, but making the same amount of money, possibly just getting paid what the champion minimum of 300,000 per fight. And that's what he's saying in so many words. He said he wants his son to be a millionaire. And I mean, at the end of the day, we gotta look at it. What do you think you're worth, man? And if you think he's worth the mill, he's worth the mill. All of us could say what we'll take until you get in that position. Because you gotta remember what happens to him if he loses to Boots. What happens to him? He got to start all the way over.
Right. Yeah, Philly.
What happens if he loses in
enemy territory? I'm just at the point where I just hear both sides. That's why I said I don't blame nobody. I just look at how it affects both fighters. When you look at it, though, you could say that they fumbled the opportunity. I don't put it on Brian Norman Jr. because I know he ain't the one discussing the numbers. I know that's dad and management, right? So people would probably say it's management fumbled, because I still look at both fighters as guys willing to fight each other. I 100% think if that business side would have got worked out, they would have been 100% on board with fighting, but they couldn't get their number, and I think that's what stopped it. But again, it's not about blame for me because that's a short conversation. Yeah, it's this person's fault. That never mind that. Who does it affect more when you look at it? And that's where I'm at with it. That's why I hate the situation as a whole, because Brian Norman, although you could say he fumbled, as long as he continue to win, he can make the most out of what's going on. He's 23 and Boots is 27. So, and again, he ain't got how much longer he got at 47, at 27 too. So it's like they need to make something shake for him, man. Mike Kirkland, appreciate you in the super chat. He said, I think if I can beat you for my biggest payday, I'm fighting. If not, then it's a duck move to me. Listen, I ain't mad at nobody, man. It's no right or wrong answer, man. That's why I said, man, for me, y'all know up here it's a bill. Ain't nobody wrong. I ain't gonna tell you wrong. Ain't nobody right? Nobody wrong or right up here, man. Ain't no wrong answer, should I say.
Can I ask y'all this one question in regards to the whole value thing? Matter of fact, Thomas, I'm gonna start with you, man. Do you think that there's a chance that they may have overestimated the value of this fight? The fight overall. I'm talking about what it could generate, what it could produce, and that could have played a factor into what they were asking for.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. Because I think that they're thinking it's a big draw, especially given the numbers that they did the last time they were in Philadelphia. But like you said, there's gate, and then there's also shares that you get from television that you generate on revenue. And he's not moving the units that you know he hopes to be moving. Like, so yeah, I believe that they overestimated that. I think they overestimated a lot of things, man. But case in point is like, still, there's a chance. Tomorrow is never promised, man. We don't know what that future fight will bring for either one of them. But it's a chance that you can always get more hardware. But what happens when you take a loss and you're a relatively unknown fighter? What happens to you then?
Hey, let's be clear. You saying that Eddie and Camp Ennis overestimated the value of the fight, or which way you going with that?
Enormous.
No, I was asking about Brian Norman Jr.
Overestimated the value of the fight.
Okay. If they might have because you're looking at it, you say Boots Ennis, he's a champion, he's a budding star, but he might not just be quite there yet. Like, he's on his way, he's ascending, but he's just not quite there yet. So they probably thinking like, yo, like Thomas Hill just said, the last fight did 14, 15,000 plus at Wells Fargo, and they're like, hey, maybe we can duplicate that success in the event that we do, then maybe that money that we're asking for, could be allocated to us.
Okay, fair enough. I feel where you're coming from. I heard somebody speak my name, and I love to stand on business. So please, whoever that was, speak your mind.
KO. Oh my God, KO back up here. What's good, bro?
Knockout back. Good, okay, bro. Yeah, I'm here, man. We splitting hairs, bro. It's a duck, bro. Like, I don't understand what we doing, bro. Like, he did it on purpose.
Did you hear what I had to say about that? Did you hear what I had to say about it?
David the Real.
I only heard the last part of what you said, bro. But
okay. My main point.
All I'm saying is this, y'all, and y'all can agree, disagree, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, man, he sparred that man before, right? And it's well documented based on a lot of people that was in that gym what happened in that sparring. He's fighting another opponent for far less money than what he would have got to fight Boots. That's less of a threat. His father is openly saying, why would we do this now? We can get what you offering in about 3 or 4 fights. So they hustling backwards on purpose. Like, come on, bro. Like, they ain't want no smoke. And at the end of the day, I'm a fighting fan. I don't care about nothing other than getting the fight that I want. And this is a fight that's based on what he was offered that should have happened, bro. All of this, is he overvaluing the fight? Is he doing this? He's doing no. He clearly overpriced himself. He wants a certain amount of money to fight Boots because he got his belt for sale because he know he can't mess with Boots. But if it's somebody that he can get over on, huevos rancheros, like I said when I first got up here, if it's somebody he can beat up, guess what, boy? I'll fight you on the undercard. I'll fight you for $200,000 because I know I'm finna whoop you. But if I know I'm finna get whooped, man, look, I need $2 million, bro. I need that. I need that 2 M's, right? Because I need to be set up after this because I know I'm probably gonna take it. That's the only time fighters do that shit, bro. It's the only time they do that, man. Y'all like everybody up here seem like they've been watching boxing too long, follow the sport very, very closely. So y'all know the play, bro. Y'all know the play. People start asking for higher and higher paydays, specifically B-side fighters that are not stars, when they know the likelihood of them taking the L is very, very high, bro. They don't believe what they talking. All of that Boots is trash. He ain't fought nobody. My son could do this. My son could do that. Man, that's garbage, bro. They know
felt
why
like
they want the money that they
that's
want,
the
bro.
reason. I've always felt like that's one of the reasons that they are asking for the money, though. Because I've always maintained that Eddie Hearn has always been clear since he got Boots, even before that. That's one of the best fighters, if not the best fighter in the world. And I always felt like they wanted to be compensated for fighting a guy that's the best fighter in the world. I ain't saying it's right or wrong. I can't argue with nobody, stance, but mine's is more, straight down
Now
the middle. I get it.
you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, Just. But what I'm going at is when you making $200,000 in your current fight, and you made $150,000 in the fight before that, 1.7 million is you being compensated. That's the definition of you being compensated. Like they did everything they could from Boot side to make this fight, bro.
KO, I feel what you're saying. KO, I do feel what you're saying, but since you only hold on, let me get this off real quick, because this is the main reason I hopped up here, and I ain't got too much longer. My phone finna die. KO, since you only heard the last part of my argument, this is my two main points. First of all, in any kind of business environment, you can't really outprice yourself. Like I made the example of myself. I got offered almost twice what I was making at my old job after I got my degree, aka title. You dig? And my mama said I was stupid for not taking that offer. But when I held out a little bit longer, guess what? A week later, a much bigger offer came through, and that's the one I took and capitalized on. So you can't tell no man what he's worth. I
was
do
it with
dig
the
it.
same company, CJ?
Hell no, it wasn't the same company. You got to diversify your bonds. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It wasn't a different fight. It wasn't a different fight. But let me get my second point off before I run out of battery. Real quick.
I'm sorry.
The second thing was, goddamn, slipping my mind. 1, 2, 3. Y'all got it. I'm gonna hop. I'm gonna hop back on in a second. I forgot my goddamn point. Oh, it was shit. My fault. I wasn't too eloquent on that one. But I did have two. The other fights, the other offers that he made. Why is it only Norman's a duck and you ain't paying Stanionis and Barrios as a duck? Because they didn't accept those offers either. That was my other point.
Oh, I got you. So for me, CJ, I don't know if you follow my channel or not, bro, but I've been talking about Barrios and Stanionis and the entire welterweight division ducking Boots Ennis for a while now. So I do believe them to be ducks too, but Norman is the one that we on right now because it's been so public, and that's the hottest topic in boxing. And like Just Do, as a content creator, we're gonna cover the ones that's the hottest at the given time. So Brian Norman is the one that's under the spotlight. So that's to answer that second point. As far as the first point you made, the only reason that what you did isn't considered a price out, bro, which I think your analogy is good, but I think the difference that you might be missing, in my opinion, I don't know if you're missing it or not, I'm just giving you my opinion, with what you said, you had something more lucrative come your way. That's the key difference. Brian Norman Jr. does not have something more lucrative. So you can say that what you did wasn't a price. You can say to the other company that you didn't get the job with, that you didn't go with, you priced yourself out to them, but you had another company that was willing to pay more than what they were willing to pay. So in your case, is it a price out? Yeah, but it worked. So technically it's not, because you ended up getting what you were looking for. You got even more money with the other company. Brian Norman Jr. is not in your situation. He did what you did. Like, yo, that ain't enough money, bro. I need more money. His alternative was to go get less money. His alternative is making less money in another fight. Your alternative was getting more money at a different company. That's the key difference. You got a better opportunity for more money than what you turned down. He got a lesser opportunity and less money than what he turned down. That's the key distinct difference in the analogy that you made, bro.
Yo, I definitely feel what you're saying. And before I hop off the panel, let me say this. True, but it ain't no risk and being a goddamn engineer. I ain't gonna get knocked upside the head. So you dig? So yeah, I mean, taking an easier fight, of course you're gonna expect less compensation, but I ain't going into the office to get pounded upside the head. So the risk was even. That's the X factor in my opinion. So but I do feel what you're talking about. I respect your opinion, and I'm definitely subscribed to your channel. I'll be in the chat and all that. So salute to you, homie. I respect you, man. I respect what you do. Hey, shout out Jusdu, shout out the panel. I'm out.
My bad. Damn, I was on mute. It's always a good conversation. I love.
Yeah, 100%. I love coming over here and talking to you, bro.
I knew
you diplomatic, bro. you so diplomatic. You be giving everybody the benefit of the doubt. I just
you know it.
You be trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
That's how I watch it. Yeah, I try to see the whole situation. I'm like, I just get it. Sometimes you make it, and again, look, I look at it like a missed opportunity on both sides. For real, for real. You could blame whoever. So I ain't mad at whoever get blamed, but I just feel like it affects Boots more. That's the unfortunate part. It's not so much that his team failed him, but it just don't look good.
But
that behind him, and you can't do nothing different than the last people he was with. So it's like,
what happens if he takes this fight in Norfolk and he takes a nail, man? Then you go into further obscurity, man, because you're not somebody that's well known anyway. Boots can go up and scale up to 54, and he can conquer belts there. You know,
but it does affect him with what Justice talking about, because he is going to end up probably having to drop his belt if he don't want to go to Germany to fight Karen. And he's gonna have to go to a new weight class. But that's why to me, I don't understand the people that are like on Boots and shit. Like, we should be on these fighters. Like, bro, y'all are champions. Why don't y'all want to fight this man, bro? Like that's how I'm carrying it. Like, y'all are champions, bro. Like, y'all are supposed to be confident in yourselves and shit. Like, why don't y'all want smoke with this man, bro? Why do him and his promoter have to be willing to put on an event that in all likelihood is going to lose millions of dollars to fight you? Like why do they have to be willing to lose millions of dollars for you to want to fight him when you're supposed to be a champion too? You're supposed to want to unify too. You're supposed to want to be undisputed too. Why do they have to be willing to go so far as to say, you know what, bro? I know this gate probably ain't gonna do this, but let's just go ahead and lose $2 million, $3 million real quick so we can make this fight happen, bro. Just, you know, for the fans and for legacy and so let's just lose $2-3 million just because, you know, we just got $2-3 million to give away, all because one fighter is scary, bro, and want a retirement check, bro. Like that's why, like,
I do want to ask, do you think giving the extra money would have put them in a position where they lose money?
I mean, yeah, because just on their purses alone, right? Because Jaron Ennis made $3 million just to fight David Avenese. So, you know, he probably gonna get more, right? So let's just say we don't know the numbers, but let's just safely say he get 3.5 to fight Brian Norman Jr., right? And then you give Brian Norman a 2.2 or whatever he was asking for. That's about $5-6 million, right?
Right.
Between they two purses alone. That's not even including whatever undercards you put together for him.
Right.
To put that in perspective, they would have to do a Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia type of live bait just to break even. Do we trust that Boots Ennis? And I got an echo, bro, from somebody.
That's Rick Tan.
Do we trust that Boots Ennis and Brian Norman Jr. can generate that type of revenue at the live gate? Yes, Boots Ennis put 14,000 people in the arena, but what were those tickets priced at? Because Tank Davis put like 16,000 in the arena and did a $5 million live gate. And we know that his tickets cost way more than Boots tickets. So will he put that many people in if they charging Tank Davis prices? Dude, so that's the risk that Eddie Hearn and Matrimon would have had to take just to break even, y'all. If they pay just to say we didn't lose no money. But who's in business to just say, well, you know what, man, I'm so happy I just didn't lose no money today. No, people want to make money, bro.
No doubt.
The only thing I would say is, I know it might sound crazy, but I remember Eddie Hearn. I was telling the family, I remember him speaking about the Sandor Martin and Devin Haney situation. And he was saying the reason why he wouldn't, you know, the fight ain't a good fighter to probably lose money, X, Y, and Z. But he was saying, if you pledge your loyalty to me, then I will be willing to go to bat for you. And I'm just saying, here you are with Boots, who you said is the best fighter in the world. Again, it's not his fault.
He bid on it. Shit, he bid on it.
You get what I'm saying? You did say that. So I'm like, here is your opportunity. Maybe this is a situation where it would have been worth it. I don't know. Because again, you said you got the best fighter in the world. I'm stuck on that. I ain't letting Eddie Hearn breathe with that.
Hey, just that's
you oversold Boots and they want to get paid, bro. They know it's gonna be rough in there. People keep saying bet on yourself, just take the money. You know you're gonna beat them. Hell no, you don't know that. All fighters gonna say what they're gonna say. They know just looking past Boots, you might not make it past it. You know what I mean? So
and I know you ain't saying like this, and I know the homie I know Big Dose want to go, and I know you ain't saying it like this. Just I'm just gonna be quick, real quick. But for Brian Norman, bro, and I know you don't mean it like this, but this just take the money. Like, bro, you're not just taking the money, like you're getting like what you're getting offered, bro. Number one, is life changing. Number two, you will never get paid like this fight. Nobody else, bro.
Right.
In no time soon. Like, no one else is gonna come to the table with a $1.5, $1.7 million offer in the next 2 or 3 years for Brian Norman Jr. Not anybody he could fight under top rank. He would have to hope that Barrios come calling, and that's really pretty much it. That's really it, because you know Stanionis, bro, he from Lithuania. He ain't got no name like that. No. So this we ain't taking that, or he could just take the money. I know you don't mean it like this, but saying just take the money mean like he getting lowballed or something, or they being unfair with him. Nah, bro, like that is exponentially higher than what he is accustomed to making and what he's gonna make in his next fight.
Yeah, I never thought they was being unfair to him. Though. I just always thought he was trying to maximize. Like he said it, he was clear, and I know a lot of people probably wouldn't agree. He just wanted his son to walk away with $1 million or something like that.
He wanted that severance check.
So I get it. People say life changing money. It might be a life changing ass whooping. Boots get his hands on you the right way.
Exactly, that severance check.
I'm telling you, but I get it.
I look at it like this, bro. I think that Boots lost out a lot more as far as who he has to fight Karen, in my opinion, because he don't want to give up that belt, because that belt is going to be his leverage if he do move up to 154 to force a title shot. Because as we see, nobody is in a rush to fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? And also, I want to say, how can we sit here and say how much Brian Norman Jr. should have took? He's a champion. I mean, we said that about other fighters. I said that about Bud when it came to Spence. Man, Bud outpricing himself. Bud think he worth 50-50. We all know Spence was a clear A side, but then look how that situation turned out. We said that about Ghost. When it came to him and Shakur. You know what I'm saying? And then look how that situation turned out. You know what I'm saying?
Who is Shakur Big Dose? Who?
No, about your boy the Ghost.
who the GOAT, bro?
What's his name?
Santos.
No, not De Los Santos.
Who the GOAT?
Not De Los Santos. Not De Los Santos. I'm talking about who just fought Tank and got knocked out. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Martin. Oh, Martin.
The Ghost.
Hey, Big Dose, my bad, bro.
Yeah, my bad, knocked out.
That's my bad. I thought you meant GOAT.
At least I got you a chuckle. But anyway,
yeah, I thought you meant GOAT, like the GOAT, like the best ever, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
GOAT. Yeah, but we said that about him with the Shakur, negotiations, and then look how that turned out. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say that Brian Norman Jr.'s next fight won't be a lucrative fight? You know what I'm saying? Also, if Boots is getting paid, well over $3 million, why couldn't Boots give up extra $200,000 of his purse? Because I just saw an interview with Boots where Boots was asked, "What's more important to you, money or legacy?" He said legacy. So why don't you give up the extra $200,000 out your purse to satisfy that man, so you can get that belt and get that prestige? Why is all the blame being put on one fighter? And then also Eddie Hearn, he promised to get that man bigger fights. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing over there with him. And I really don't think he really wanted that fight. I think he wants Boots to move up anyway, because I think he eyeing Bud and he eyeing Spence.
More money.
The two most lucrative fights for him. You know what I'm saying? That's just some thoughts. I could be wrong, but that's what I think about the situation.
Nah, there's some good thoughts. There's some good thoughts. I don't agree with them, but I definitely like where your logic at, bro. You cooking for sure.
I agree that it
Let me
costs
say
Boots a
something real
great
quick.
deal. Go ahead and say something, Queen.
Overvaluation of what it means to have these belts. Yes, the belts are quote unquote valuable and they do give you some leverage, but there are other metrics that also need to be checked off. And it's probably some type of formula they use to figure out, what they want to pay you for these fights. Let's take Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, for example. I understand that fight was an anomaly, but there were no belts involved in that fight. So when you got people that's constantly feeling like they can, quote unquote, overprice themselves because they got a belt, well, there are other metrics also that go into that when we're talking about you being paid. And when you look down the list, Brian Norman just don't check off them other metrics. He hasn't defended his belt. He hasn't fought in his hometown. Let's be honest, he really doesn't have a fan base. So you want to come to my hometown where my fans coming to watch me fight and all of this. And on top of that, you want me to dig in my pocket and give you extra money. Like, we got to understand, just because somebody may have something you quote unquote want doesn't mean that they should be able to take advantage of you. Right. And everybody want to point to Earl, be like, look what Earl did. We can all say that maybe that wasn't the best decision for Earl to make. Maybe it was because he got paid, but look at how much money he possibly could have lost because of what that fight could have done to his career. So I just think that we need to take some of those things into consideration across the board and stop acting like just because you got a belt, you can go around here trying to hustle and take advantage of people. I get it to a certain extent, but we got to be realistic though, like for real.
It's certain fighters that work with, and I think, and I said this when it happened. I said Earl Spence set a dangerous precedent with what he was willing to do with Terence Bud Crawford, and what fight fans are gonna be disappointed with is that, bro, everybody ain't finna do that, man. Everybody ain't finna get that leverage up like that, bro. Like, people gotta understand that Earl is a different breed, and that's part of the reason that he's my favorite fighter. You know what I mean? So this idea that guy, like, I don't give a damn how little the leverage is. This idea that Boots Ennis is supposed to give up his leverage so somebody can be like, yeah, bro, I thank you for giving up your leverage. So instead of getting my 8-time highest payday, I'm going to get my 10-time highest payday. Like, no, bro, your 8-time highest payday should be enough. Everybody ain't going to do that, bro. Everybody not going to be moving like that to try to appease a fighter that's less popular than them. At the end of the day, all these guys that we're talking about, bro, the Brian Norman Jr.'s of the world, the Frank the Ghost Martins of the world, or any guy that's trying to make a fight with what we perceive to be a star fighter with a bigger name. At the end of the day, they all, like I've been telling people, they had the same opportunities to catch eyes and turn heads and become a star, and they went in the boxing ring just like this star went in the boxing ring. Unfortunately for them, they just didn't build their name up enough, bro. They're just not popping like the other person popping. So no, you don't get to make what I make, bro. You don't get to make what I make. You don't get to walk out last, bro. My name's first on the marquee, dog. If the ring is this is the size of the ring, because I'm the man, bro. You want this shit? Come take it. So this idea that Boots or his team should have did anything differently. No, bro. This is on the fighter that turned down the fight, bro. That's it. And that belt is cool and all of that, but it ain't worth somebody making less money because somebody want to be greedy and get more than what they deserve, man. I'm not gonna be okay. I'm not gonna ever push that line, bro, at all.
Yeah, that's the question I was gonna ask. How much does the elevated belt? How much is the elevated belt worth? Because
obviously nothing. Because Boots still can't get fights.
But you get but Boots he seemed like he wanted so bad though. So, but it's like what cost?
Yeah, what cost?
It can be done. That's
we about to find out. If he keep this belt and go to Germany to fight that dude that's a mandatory defense for 1.3 million, that'll tell you everything you need to know about how bad he want to be undisputed. If he drop it and move up to 154 instead, I wouldn't blame him, because that just means he got tired of chasing these dudes. He don't think they're gonna fight him. And honestly, all of the smoke in his era and his generation, for me, I'd rather see him at 154 anyway. I've been pushing that line because all the names is out there, bro.
But don't you want to see him at 154 with a title though? He should. Don't you think he should take the mandatory just because of that?
But you can. I mean, these rankings is paid and bought for, bro. Like okay, you couldn't get him to fight. You take whatever money you was offering Brian Norman Jr. and you can pay a sanctioning body the half of that or significantly less than that, maybe even a third of that, to get them to move you up in the rankings as a former champion, and you can fight in the final eliminator and be somebody mandatory. You don't necessarily, like, the belt is cool. Like if you ain't got no name, if you ain't got no bagging and you trying to move up, like for instance, like Gary Russell Jr., right? Somebody like him with no name, you could tell PBC wasn't really pushing him like that. If he wanted to move up to 130, then he probably and get a shot, he probably would have needed that WBC featherweight title to move up to 130 and get a shot, because PBC ain't really backing him like that. He was only fighting every 18 months anyway. Then cool. But if you somebody like Boots Ennis, where they backing you, they trying to make fights for you, they just signed you to a big deal. His promoter, Matchroom, just like they got Conor Ben putting number 3 in the IBF out of nowhere, they could do the same thing for Boots at 154 pounds. We just saw the PBC do it for Tim Tszyu at 154 pounds in the IBF, coming off of a loss. He about to fight Madrimov for the IBF title after losing to Sebastian Fundora. So these rankings are paid and bought for, bro. He don't need the belt to move up to 154 and get a shot. All Eddie need to do is take that 1.5 million, whatever it was he was offering Brian Norman, take a portion of that, pay the WBC or the WBO, WBA, IBF, whichever route they want to go, and had him put him in the final eliminator and make him somebody mandatory, bro. That's it. Like he don't need that belt, dog.
That's true.
Man, shout out to my guy KO bringing up the.
I said the same shit about 45 minutes, an hour ago, in like 10, 20, 30 less words. Just have him go a different route.
Mm-hmm. IBS was good with it, man. Yeah, man. Boots, man. We want to see Boots win. That's all. And I feel like it is a lot of good fights up there. 54, if he could get those guys in the ring with him. That's all. I don't feel like everybody up there won't want to fight. That's one thing about 54, right? They fight each other. That's the difference. He need to take his ass up there and get in the mix.
Yeah, they all his age. They all around his age. All the names we want to see, they all in their 20s. You know what I mean? Like, obviously you got Spence and Crawford, but I'm more, Boots, Virgil,
man. Virgil, I'm thinking Virgil.
All the name Ramos, Lubin. Xander Zayas is on his way up. He ranked high in the WBA. It's so many names at 154 that I want to see him get in the ring. We still got Brian Mendoza. It's kind of like a tune-up. It's just his names galore. Josh Kelly is up there at 154 making a comeback after losing to Avanesian. Bro, they got names. They got some names, dog. So that's where he need to be. That's where all the smoke is at, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I feel what the sister 2 Cents was saying about the belts not meaning much to everybody, and for real, Tank Davis showed that. You know what I'm saying? That you don't have to have a belt to be the big draw. But, and I would agree with that if Boots didn't say the belts meant everything to him. That's what got me. Boots said legacy was the most important thing to him over money. So why didn't he just give up a couple $100,000 to get that belt? That's all I'm saying. A couple $100,000. I ain't saying another million or two.
No.
That's a great question. That's a great question, bro. To be honest with you, that's a question that Boots Ennis would have to tell you. But I would just say, for me, bro, the fact that he didn't do that don't make me think he won't undisputed any less. It just made me think, like, at some point, bro, you're not finna just walk over me, dog. Like I know I'm offering you something fair. I know that I'm doing everything I can to make this fight. We're gonna send you 3 offers, and you playing games with me, bro. At this point, I'm not giving you anything, bro. Good luck on your undercard fight, dog.
I think what
your undercard, bro. Like good luck.
I think what they did was set a boundary and let people know, listen, you're not about to play me or hustle me. Because think about it. If they would have gave Brian Norman $2.2 million, what do you think the other people would have asked for? That's way more established. That's built out those other metrics that I was talking about. That would have set a precedent for that to continue to keep going and to get worse and worse.
Nasty point.
You got a point.
Not just negotiating this fight, but negotiating for fights in the future too.
Definitely
so people
got
can try to play. That's a great point for sure.
Yeah,
I think Tank Davis should do something similar. Unless they announce this Loma fight, and they've been lying to all of us. If Loma really did duck him, I think Tank Davis should never fight him.
Yeah, me neither.
So that nobody else ever tries to do this to him again. That's if he ducked them. Now, if the fight is still happening, they end up fighting in November because they went back to the table, then cool. I want to see the fight. But if he truly ducked them and Loma tries to come back next year and Tank does end up fighting somebody else in November, I think he should do something similar so that way guys know if you sit down to the table with me, we're gonna get this fight made, or you and I never gonna fight. So that people won't try to do that shit no more. What Loma, publicly did to him, because we can never know. They could announce that fight tomorrow and I won't even be surprised. So I think that's a great point 2 Cents made, bro.
I did hear a little whisper that they was going to try to revisit that Loma fight too. So,
hey, can I just say this one last thing, and I'm up out of here. That's what made Spence my favorite fighter. Not only was it that he was fighting, all tough fighters, champions, but he did exactly what he said he was gonna do, and that's what I like when it comes to people. I just judge them off their word and what they say they're going to do and what they do. You know what I'm saying? Spence did exactly what he said he was going to do. He said he wanted all 3 of them belts and he was going over there for Buds. Now, Boots, what you going to do? You said you wanted legacy. That's all I got to say. Hey, peace out to y'all, man. Much love to everybody.
I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man. But I think I hear that legacy stuff, but I think it's simple. You go chase it at another weight class. That's all. You spent more than enough time at 47, and if you like we was just talking about, if you're really looking at him, he looked like he's starting to be on borrowed time. I know he feel like he can keep making the weight, but shit, for what? You know what I mean? Is the sacrifice even worth it at this point? Get what I'm saying? Is the reward worth you constantly making that weight, or should you just go up anyway? So I can't wait to see him at 54. I ain't gonna lie, because I just don't see nothing changing right now. I don't see nothing.
You chase the fight. You chase the fights, dog, and the legacy will come, bro. You just chase the right fights and keep trying to send offers to because Eddie got the right idea. Okay, cool. This person wouldn't take it. Just keep sending out offers and keep making that stuff public, making them have to either deny it or confirm that you sent them an offer. And just keep moving, bro. They did the right thing. They sent offers, and what does everybody come? Oh man, he offered us peanuts, man. He didn't offer us nothing. You just keep doing that because it's gonna be some fans. It's gonna be on the other side of it, but for the most part, people gonna be like, yo, he's sending out offers, bro. Like he trying to make fights, and as long as you're doing that.
I respect him sending multiple offers. I never knocked him. Always gave him credit for that. Like I felt like it was some intent behind that. Obviously, it was some good intent behind it, but I just didn't feel at the end. I just didn't think he was gonna fold. You know what I mean? And he said it pretty much. Like they don't know what they talking about. I'm not giving them that. He explained himself. That's why I said I heard both sides clearly, and I don't feel like nobody wrong. I just feel like it's a missed opportunity. People,
all we need is Bozy to drop them. All we need is Bozy to drop them text messages, man. That's how we need Bozy to drop them.
Yeah, Bozy talking about, man. Let the text messages out there, man. I like Bozy, man. I like both pops, though. I do. I just think one was trying to get his son free. That's all. And you got to deal with, what comes with that, right? We had it. A lot of it was public, so people had an opinion on it. That's all.
Yeah. Hey man, let me jump in here with y'all, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute so you ain't got no echo. Go ahead.
All right, good deal. Yeah, man. This ain't gonna even take long. From the consensus of what I'm hearing on the panel and what I was reading in the chat is Brian Norman Jr. should have humbled himself, accepted the offer, and got that work in. But roughly 30 minutes ago, I heard Brian Norman Sr. live on another channel completely placing all the blame on Eddie Hearn. I mean, he putting all the blame on Eddie. Eddie, man, Eddie ain't want to pay. Eddie ain't want to come off the money. The man got the money. The man ain't want to pay. So it's like, who does the onus go to? Is it Eddie or is it Team Norman? because when Two Cent mentioned earlier how, you know, people are jumping down Boots' throat, you know, saying, well, look what Earl did. Even you can throw Devin in there for the 2-fight deal when he went to Australia for Cambo. Look what Devin did. Well, you know, Boots is not Devin and Boots is not Earl. You know, every situation, you know, things changes. And for this life-changing money that Brian Norman them are passing up, it kind of perplexed me. If you really want the smoke, if you really want the recognition, and if you really want the bigger bags later. So it kind of blows me away when, you know, this type of opportunity, you know, comes along and, you know, you fumble it. This a fumble to me, man. This wasn't voluntary. This was kind of involuntary to me. You know, they rejected the offer when they shouldn't have. So hey man, time gonna tell, but desperation leans more on the Brian Norman side to me than the Boots side. Boots need a bigger name on his resume, yes, but Boots is the bigger name. So Boots and his people calling the shots. Fall in line, Brian Norman Jr. I don't get it, y'all. I don't.
I get you, man. That's fair. I say at the end of the day, I think, you know, just missed opportunity for real, you know. And maybe, and I think time, like I was saying before, time will reveal just how good or bad of a decision it was, right? Because again, the first thing they're gonna say you go out there, you fight on the 8th, and you lose. They're gonna point right to the situation and say, see, you should have took the money, you should have fought Boots. Better off losing to one of the best fighters in the world than a Derek Cuevas or something like that. So, you know, hopefully for him, you know, I'm always rooting for the fighters because I really don't think they was neither guy was handling the business. They was just ready to fight. If the business was going to be worked out, I stand on that. I believe it. I just think, you know, yeah, the team they had.
I got a question.
Work out. Mm-hmm.
If Brian Norman was quote unquote fed to Santillion or however you pronounce his name, what makes people think that Bob won't feed him again?
You know what's funny? They was out the mix in all of this, right? That's why I thought the fight really could happen. Because through all of this, you wasn't really hearing no talks about no resistance. It's kind of like they was allowed to handle their business. It's crazy because it didn't seem like Bob was even a factor.
Because he probably already said no, and they just kept it up anyway for marketing purposes. Because think about it, all the channels talking about Brian Norman, people gonna tune in to his fight to see how he looks. Like all of that is about to happen now.
You're right. It's happening. You're right. It's happening right now. I mean, look, man, it's crazy. I still want to believe it because, you know, I believe in the fighters. Like how they went about the business. I can't tell them if they right or wrong. Like I say, I think time gonna dictate that for them. But I just hate the missed opportunity. I hate it more so for Boots. Like I said, Brian Norman, 23. He could afford to go fight a Derek Cuevas. He need more rounds, more experience. I said this all along, so it just don't affect him the same way unless he lose. Of course, he got to keep winning. That's the important part, though. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where the pressure lies for him from this point on. This decision gonna always play. You know what I'm saying? At any point you have a bad fight or you lose or something like that, a loss, that this situation gonna come up and people gonna always say you should have fought Boots. So that's just something they got to make peace with on their end. And it seemed like for me, Boots got to make peace with these guys either not wanting to fight him at 47 and go up to 54. Like I said, man, I can't wait to see him up there because I ain't getting excited for nothing else at 47. I'm sorry. I'm optimistic as hell, but I don't feel like nothing gonna change. They want to get paid to fight that dude, yo. You can say what you want about him. He dangerous, and I think people know it. And they're going to try their best to get paid what they can for him, even if they risk, I guess, not even making a fight. So I guess they're willing to play the game. Shout out to A1 Hoop Zone, man, my brother. He said on the flip side of that, Boots goes to Southeast Russia and loses to Karen. Karen then who'll be blamed for the nasty work, man. Man, jumping Karen, man. I tell you what, though, the Germany fighters stink, man. Don't let them survive over there. You risk playing with judges and everything. So
Yeah, that's why I don't think he's gonna take that fight, bro.
Yeah.
I think he's dropping that belt.
I hear little whispers, man. I don't know how solid it is. I try to get closer to the source and see what his mindset is on it, what he thinking about it. I really be wanting to know. I hear he wasn't with it. I don't know if that's just a rumor, but definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the reason when that fight got ordered. What did Eddie Hearn start doing? He started full court pressing, trying to send out other offers and stuff. Because I think Boots made it clear, man. Well, I signed over here, and you about to have me do what? Like you gotta understand, like Boots is young. He gonna have another contract coming up soon. If Eddie don't do right by him, Eddie gonna lose another fighter.
Cecil, right?
Yeah, you know, and say what you want, no matter how hard you try, it's a prove it business, right? Like, so yeah, we understand you tried to make offers and you tried to do that, but if you didn't make the fight, you didn't make the fight. That's all people are gonna remember. Like, of course, we gonna go through it and I'm gonna try to we gonna try to place blame on whoever we think is wrong and talk about all the numbers. But at the end of the day, ultimately, the general public, man, they don't care. They just know the fight didn't happen, and for the most part, when the fight don't happen, the guy that's more popular is the one that's gonna get blamed, bro. That's just how it's generally gonna go. So if Boots gonna take that heat, then Eddie gonna be looking to sign. He gonna that superstar stuff and all that. You gonna be done gave out another multi-fight contract worth millions of dollars, and then he gonna be looking to leave you because you couldn't get him none of the fights that he wanted when he was under your banner, bro. That's what he's gonna do. And then if you make him go to Germany, so I signed to you, you give me one fight with Avenesian in Philly, and then I got to do a rematch with a dude I beat 12-0. In his home country.
In his hometown. After getting my 90-10.
In his home country, bro.
At that point, you might as well be the challenger, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That's crazy. That's why I say it's just a bad look. Like, I get past blaming people because I don't have all the information to really fully try to as you. I could lean one way or the other, but for me, I just look at when it's all said and done, both guys could have used this opportunity for different reasons, obviously. Like, I think, Brian Norman playing with house money. They ain't expect him to be here. He upset somebody in their hometown to be here. So anything like a Boots opportunity would have been looked at as a plus. That's how I look at it for me in my mind. So, it would have been no loss for him. Win, lose, or draw would have been no losing. That's not a situation where you lose because it's a Boots. Now, you go in there with that unknown guy, Derek Quavers. That's a whole different look. It's different money, different look. Now you're not a champion. Now you probably don't even make it to fight Boots. So I rock with Brian Norman. Hopefully, they just keep winning because it's definitely a missed opportunity for sure.
As long as he stay on top rank, he'll keep winning. Because they ain't trying to let him lose that belt. They're gonna keep him. They're gonna keep him right there unless they have one of they 40 years or one of the young guys come up to 47 that they feel like they can promote better. They're gonna keep him right there fighting tomato cans, man. Keeping that WBO belt in house, bro.
And I think they ran out of time too. I mean, for what it's worth, they did because I still didn't hear no. I didn't hear a no. I just wish it was the circumstances was different where they could have really got to a middle ground because I really feel like it could have happened. I still feel like that. I just feel like that time wasn't on their side. So I knew it was gonna have to. Somebody was gonna have to find somebody to blame, and I already know. Obviously, the guy that's walking away from the money, it's gonna look like it's you. So I get it. I get it. That's why I heard Boots, True Culture, the age and how many fights he got, and it's been championship or bust for a while for him, man. That's just what it is. He need them type of fights. He can't move forward, I don't think, without it. Like fighting Karen. Again, we say this all the time. Don't do nothing for him. Just an extra fight.
Yeah, the only thing he would do for him is if he somehow got the Brian Norman. You take that fight as a mandatory if you have hope that you can work a deal out with one of the other champions after. But with what guys are asking for, man, and kind of how they're approaching it and the fact that they're on different promotional sides and stuff, man, them fights at 147, they're just hard to make for him, man. They just hard to make for him, man. Like these guys don't want to fight him. They look like they just don't want to fight him, bro. In my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but it's looking very suspect, man. That these dudes don't want to fight him, bro.
What up? It's stink, man. Nobody wants.
It's almost like he went away from his goal trying to go to Eddie Hearn because we was already asking who Eddie got for him to fight, and then how many belts is Eddie in possession of? It just, I don't get. I mean, maybe he just wanted to stay active and get paid. Cool, but you going to Eddie saying you wanted to be undisputed. That's where the conflict came in, and we was like, how Eddie gonna do that? But we watching. We want to see if Eddie can pull it off.
Nah, he can't pull it off. I think part of it too, since Barrios and Stanionis was over there dealing with Premier Boxing Champions, and they couldn't get he was in negotiation with Premier Boxing Champions, but they couldn't get them to want to fight him. They couldn't get them on the paperwork. So he went with the stable that was going to offer him the higher guarantees, which was Matchroom, because PBC ain't doing guarantees over there. Top Rank ain't have nothing for him either. So. If ain't nobody if don't nobody want to fight you, it don't matter what promotional company you on. You can be on the same promotional company as the champion. You can be on a different promotional company as the other champions. If they don't want to fight you, they're not gonna fight you. And that's what's happening to him at 147 pounds.
That's wow.
So it just is what it is. Like literally an entire division is like, yo, give me my career highest payday. And I need it now, or we just not fighting. But they'll fight each other for like less money, or they'll prove it to each other and shit. But when it comes to boots, they need the most money they ever seen in their life. That should tell you something, bro.
Come on, KO. They just trying to get that extra little that Frank Martin was talking about.
Frank should have got that extra. He should have got that extra with Tank. Shit.
Oh man. Boxing is crazy, but man, it's fun though, man. I still think that dude he in a position. It's just all depending on what decision he makes. It's all on him at this point, though. I think as far as where he gonna go at and stay at, because it's wide open. It's pretty much Eddie Hearn suggesting it. You hear this Madrimov stuff surfacing a little bit. Look, go on up there and beat Madrimov up. Your pops already said you'll stop him. Let's go see it, man.
That might be a good one, because Madrimov might be confident since he just fought Terence Crawford. You know what I mean? That'll be good. And then some people scored the fight very close. So if Boots can do him worse than Bud, and that goes back to what we were talking about with Boots earlier, like chasing legacy, chasing fights or whatever. That's how you get the calls for a Terence Crawford fight to get louder. Right. The calls for a guy for Earl Spence or Fundora or Tim Tszyu or Virgil Ortiz, they're gonna start really calling for these fights if you can go up there and do Madrimov worse than what Crawford did to him, and then after that maybe get Bahacek to fight him and show Virgil Ortiz how it is done. Like those are the types of opponents that, number one, you might can get to fight you because they got nothing to lose and they already coming off of losses and they good names and they dogs and they've been in there with guys that are maybe more accomplished than you. Right. So that way they'll feel like, okay, I done fought somebody on this level, and then you can go show people that you're on a completely different level. But I think I don't think he should go to Germany, bro. I don't think he should take if that's the only option, then he got to move up, man. And it sucks, but the 147, he was only able to be champion just for less than a year, bro. Before all his options just ran away, like nobody wants to fight him. Dog.
That's why I'm like, God,
it dried up for him quick, bro.
Quick, fast. Everybody, like I said, Stan Jonas. I know Brian Norman and them getting a lot of attention, but I couldn't let the other two off the hook too. Because what's up with y'all? Y'all got offers, man. So nobody want to fight this man. Damn,
Mario say, I'm finna go fight Manny, 50-year-old. I'm trying to get
that's what I'm saying. I thought Barrios would have been jumping at the opportunity, man.
Hell no, he already got stopped by Tank. Keith Thurman whooped on him off a long layoff, man. He ain't trying to get in there with Boots, man.
Hey KO, I got a question for you.
El Azteca. A1, what's good with it, my bro?
Hold on, before you ask my question, let me show you this gorgeous hat, man. Go ahead, bro. What's up?
I bet none of you know. I can't see it. Please don't tell me it's a Cowboys hat. Is it a cowboy hat?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, man. I'm gonna buy you a matching phone to go with that, so you can fit in with the rest of them. But hey, my question is: do you think it's quite possible that you can see Boots go up and down since he's still young enough to be able to pull it off, or did he ever say like once he go up, he not coming back down?
I mean, he never said it. I think it would be rare, but if you go up, what you coming back down for? To guys that don't want to fight you already?
To guys that's thinking that you're coming back down in weight where they think they might have an advantage. Because you know how sometimes when you're going up and down in weight, they feel there might be something there for them to kind of exploit. Like we saw what happened to Roy Jones, where he went up and came back down, and Tarver clipped that chin, and he was never the same. He was getting knocked out
Yeah.
by people that. So I think they might look at it as them potentially having a possible advantage, but in reality, since he's
You
young
could
enough
be
and
right,
got the
bro.
frame, he might be able to kind of do something with that, just to kind of, play a mental
You
game with them.
could be right, bro. But like, if I got like, that's like some street games, bait and switch, like on the corner. Like, he shouldn't have to play all them games to get nobody to fight him. Like, I'm gonna go up here, and then maybe if I come back down, I might look weak, and now you might finally fight me. Like, nah, bro. Like, if he got to do all that, bro, just go up to 154 and fight the fighters up there, bro. Like, if that's what it takes to get these dudes in the ring, bro, they scary and they ducks and they hoes.
Well, look what he having to do now. KO, the man is you saying this man is out here sending offers left and right, like he Oprah Winfrey giving out free cars, and nobody wanted to take it because they got to pay the insurance.
Yeah, so forget them, because guess what? Brian Norman Jr., Mario Barrios, and Iman standing on this. No disrespect to them, bro. They good fighters, but as a fight fan, A1, if I tell you Brian Norman, Mario Barrios, and Iman Stanionis, or I tell you Terence Crawford, Earl Spence, Sebastian Fundora, Tim Tszyu, Jesus Ramos, Erickson Lubin, Serhai Bahacek, Virgil Ortiz. Bro, what division you want him in?
Shit. If it's me, I'm taking option B, because you want to show motherfuckers like I'm him, I'm the truth, I'm the best, and all them fights that you just named gonna give him the most pay. But I don't know, man. I just think
if he unified with Mario Barrios, right? Yes, it would be like, oh, he unified the belts or whatever. We'd be like, all right, but we expected him to step on them. But if he go up there and he fight Virgil Ortiz for no belts, or he get in the ring with Serhai Bahacek, or he fight Erickson Lubin, bro, all of them to me are better wins, bro. Like they better fighters. I don't care nothing about that. Like, he might care, and some fans might care, bro. But them fighters at 147, they just not as good as the fighters at 154, bro. They just not. I got two questions.
I got two questions. My first question is, who's to say that if he goes to 54, people still won't fight him? And my second question is, what is really the deal with them not wanting to go to 154? I get it. We were undisputed at 47 for the legacy, but it's almost looking like that's damn near impossible. So why is it seeming like you damn near got to be forced to go to 54? Like, what is the deal with that? Because just like you mentioned, KO, all those names you mentioned, you don't necessarily got to go to 54 and start chasing belts. You can get into these fights with these big name fighters. You can look good in these fights, build your stardom up, get your revenue up, and then maybe these fights will possibly be easier to make because now you can afford to pay these people. Yeah. So I'm curious. Like, yeah, I want to undispute it, but I'm thinking it might be a little bit more behind that.
So the first answer to your question is, you can never force anyone to fight you, but what you can do is just keep showing the people that you're trying. So, okay, all these motherfuckers duck me at 147. I think the consensus is from a lot of people that, yo, man, Boots tried to make these fights. Ain't nobody trying to fight him. Okay, move up to 154. Then you try the same thing at 154. And guess what? If they don't fight you, we'll call that shit out too, and you'll go to 160. So unfortunately for him, he'll either be the guy that finally breaks through and gets fights, or we'll end up remembering him for all of these people ducking him. But at least we can say he tried. What he cannot do is do Gary Russell Jr. Like, yo, everybody ducking me, but you just stay at the same weight class with the same belt till you're in your mid-30s and don't nobody see you making no moves. So even if he don't get the fights, the move still is show the people, show the fans I won't smoke, show them I'm trying. And you got to hope. And I would think as a boxing fan, there's somebody at 154, the way that them dudes fight each other and the way that they have been warriors in that division for the past 5 or 7 years, somebody pride is going to kick in and be like, yo, I'm not finna be like, I'm about to fight this dude. Like, I'm just hoping that somebody going to be like, yo, all right, I'll be the one. I'll be your Huckleberry, because it's just getting ridiculous at this point. So that's the answer to the first part of your question. You never stop trying to enhance your legacy, and you never stop trying. You can never guarantee that you're going to get a fight, but we can guarantee that you probably ain't going to get none at 147. So you got to go to 154. I think the apprehension was he really needed to see it set in stone that it wasn't a PBC thing. It wasn't a Cameron Duncan thing. It wasn't an Al Heyman thing. he's now probably finally seeing that.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good
Yo,
point.
it don't matter. It don't matter where I'm at. I was with Cameron Duncan, signed directly to Showtime. I couldn't get Earl or Bud in the ring with me because they were doing their own thing. I become the IBF champion. Cameron Duncan tragically dies. May he rest in peace. I go over here with Matt. I start negotiating as a free agent because of Cameron Duncan. PBC could only offer me Subriel Matias because Barrios and Stanionis didn't want no smoke. So I can't sign there because they only offer me 140 pounder. So I signed the Matchroom. Eddie, I'm watching Edison offer after offer after offer, and everybody turning it down. So now he knows, damn, it don't matter where I'm at. These guys just don't want to fight me. So I think the stubbornness was he thought, okay, maybe it might be a promotional thing. Okay, maybe it's just the guys at PBC because they got their own thing with their own big names. They trying to do some other shit. Barrios might be entertaining Manny. Remember, Stanionis was supposed to fight Virgil Ortiz. So they were doing some different shit. Maybe it's just not my time over there. But then he leaves and goes to Matchroom, and now it's like, damn, bro, like I still can't get nobody to fight me. So I think the apprehension was he just needed to see, like, yo, bro, there's no avenue. No matter where you go, they not fighting you.
Right.
Hey, hold on. My bad. I didn't mean to be loud as hell. I apologize. Hey, if you ever hear it start picking up being loud because I'm away from my phone, just mute me. I thought I was on mute this whole time until I just looked at my phone. I was gonna say, so let me ask you this, KO. You think if you, like, say for example, you go to a shoe store, right? You go to a shoe store. The first time you go there, you hear one customer, talking about, man, these Jordans is fake. You know what I mean? And you've been coming to the store for a while. You go back a second time, you hear the same thing. Now these Jordans is fake. Third time around, you come back again, and somebody said, man, hey, this tab under this tongue, this ain't authentic, bro. This is fake. At what point is you gonna start looking at that store and potentially realizing that, all right, something ain't right? I've been buying stuff from here, I ain't never questioned it, but I'm gonna have to lift this tongue up on the shoe to make sure these is real. Like, ain't no way that many people, like, you sending out multiple offers and nobody biting, and then one person decides they gonna speak up about the offer they got. Like, is we not gonna look at Eddie and try to think, like, okay, like, what we need details on these offers then? Like, what exactly are you offering that's making people just not even want to look at, like, oh, I don't want to fight Boots. I want no part of that. If the money right, I feel like any of the motherfuckers will fight. But that might be the issue, is the money, though. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. Then I would need. I mean, one of them did try to speak out on the money, and I'm flaming him because he was capping. Like Brian Norman did speak out on the money, and he ducked, bro. Like, so yeah, Barrios and Stanionis, that would be nice if they speak out on the money or whatever. But it's not just Boots and Eddie, bro. Like, don't these guys want their legacy too? Don't people, like, isn't it their responsibility to make the fight that we want to? Like, Boots is only half of the fight, right? So if he's sending an offer and they not taking it, okay, cool. So Brian Norman, you got a better fight for more money? Nah, bro, I really don't. Okay, so you a duck, bro. Stanionis, what you doing? You busy right now? You got a fight coming up? You gonna probably be on Tim Zoo undercard is what I might be hearing, or one of these undercards that PBC got coming up. You had something better? What you got going on? It's not better. Okay, you duck. Right? It's just, for me, yeah, the money does matter. I would like more information, but all I need to know is they sending offers and ain't nobody exposing him for sending a low offer. Like, I ain't heard Stanionis be like, yo, bro, you sent me 200,000. Like, I need more than that to fight you. Like, I'm hearing dudes like, yo, you sent me $1 million, bro. You only sent me 1.5, and then you go look at the dude that's saying, and you're like, yo, but that's more than everything you ever got, bro. What are you talking about? He lowballing you. So I really think he is that good, A1. I really think he, and then you got to understand too, Brian Norman sparred him before.
Oh yeah, I heard about he got stopped to the body.
He sparred him before, right? So dudes know, and then you an athlete, bro. Like, we know, like we know when we see somebody, we don't have to play against them. We don't have to get it. We don't have to get on the court with them. We'll never admit it in the field of competition or on the court or whatever, or in the ring or whatever you do. But you can look at somebody in track and be like, yeah, he faster than me. Yeah, she faster than me. You can look at somebody on the court, never played against them. Y'all all had the AAU tournaments, bro. You had an AAU tournament. You watching other teams and stuff play. You look across the court, yeah, he gonna be a problem. Yeah, you won't say it to your teammates. You won't even admit it to him because you're a dog, right? You want to fight. Like, you want to go. You know. Boxing is no different, bro. They know. They know, dog. They know. They see the film. They see him. They know. Just like you, A1, you play basketball your whole life. You won't say it on this channel probably, but you looked across that court, and you know, bro. You knew.
Man, hold on, nigga. I didn't play my whole life. I started in middle school, and I didn't look across and knew anything. The only time I looked across and I was curious was in LeBron in the AAU tournament because I was a freshman, and I was like, man, let's see what the hype is about this dude. And the hype was real. I got to see it. It was cool as hell. But I know what you mean though. But I ain't never got intimidated. I wanted you gonna have to show me. You gonna have to show me. You gonna have to show me, bro. That was my energy. You gonna have to show me.
I'm not saying you were intimidated. I'm saying.
No, I know what you're saying, Kale. You saying like you real recognize real that
was better.
Yeah. Like if I'm standing across from Kyrie, I'm like, yeah, this ain't much I can say about this. I'm gonna give it all I got, but I know I'm probably about to get cooked most likely. Like if I'm standing across from Kobe or anybody, like I know what you mean.
Like Brian Norman shared the ring with him, bro, and you can see like, okay, his feet are faster than mine. He bigger than me. He more athletic than me. He more skilled than me. He punch harder than me. Everything he does, like there's nothing I do better than him. Like I'm not gonna admit it. I'm gonna get on camera. My daddy gonna get on camera. We're gonna talk about throwing these things. We're gonna talk about coming. We're gonna talk about doing all this shit. But we ain't finna.
He sold me on wanting to see the fight when he started talking about how Boots power is smoke and mirrors. It made me want to see it so much more. Behind the hands was good with it. Omega Red.
But the thing is, we still might see it after this next fight. Like they both, let's just say Boots go ahead and go over to Southeast. What can I make up, man? Let's say he go to Kazakhstan and he go over there and he dusts Karen off again, and then Brian Norman go over and do what he about to do in his next fight. Who's to say they might not line it up for their next fight? Because why? Norman name is out there more, so people kind of like either they gonna call him cap or they whatever the case may be, they gonna want to see it one way or another to say, all right, we're gonna want to see if you can back up what you're saying, or we're gonna want to see like Boots go in there and punish you because you done disrespected this man. Like it's still a low hanging fruit there to be had, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, just do how much is it? I can pop Boxing Hacker until next week. I know he in the chat because he just told I caught a stray. Hey, I already just sent you to the abyss one time from KO.
Why y'all be doing Boxing Hacker like that, man? Why y'all be doing Boxing Hacker like that?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this too, Sid. When you live and once you get monetized to it here on your panel, I'm gonna go over there and drop $100 and be like, hey, I need him going for the day.
Boxing Hacker, I need you on the panel, bro.
Yeah.
I need that bag. I need that. Get on the panel so I can keep
KO doing right. He was up there talking crazy. He said, KO said, if I get I forgot what was it. Cal Cooler dropped a 50 ball on him. He said, yep, you going for the day. I said, hold on, let me follow Cal Cooler and drop another 50 ball. He going until September.
Hey, I'm not one of these business owners that don't listen to the customer. The customer's always right, goddammit. So hey, man, if that's what the customer asking for, we're gonna make it happen.
Customer always right.
Customer always right. I got Box 86 TV, boy.
Hey, that's wild, man. Hey, but shout out to Box Jack. I just like messing with him. That dude was cracking me up, man.
Yeah, he cool. As long he just gonna argue whatever. He a contrarian, so it's fun. He'll agree with you and then argue with you. That's just him.
At the same time.
Yeah, he'll agree with you at the same time and then argue with you.
You're gonna have to wrench Boxing Hacker up. He ain't gonna make it in the chat. They be asking.
Yeah, they gonna get him.
He'll be that motherfucker. He got a wrench over on upper echelon. He still don't be making it.
He got a wrench. I think he dropped like 2 super chats today. I had to kick him out. Hey, Boxing Hacker, you gonna have to match. You gonna have to match, and you gonna have to match what they say. if you want to stay down. You gonna have to match. He said like $4-5. They kind of big boy, so I had to get him out of there, man. But it's all love. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate your support, man. You cool dude, man.
I think KO said he's starting a super chat war. If you want to stay alive, you gotta fight for your life.
Fight for it, damn it. Fight for.
Oh man, that's too funny.
Yeah, man, I did a segment, the butcher deeper than ducking, because it is. I really stand on that. I mean, you could call it missed opportunity. I know people want to say duck, I get it, but I just look at the fighter and I never hear his energy switch or sound like he didn't want to fight. I just know that ain't his responsibility to handle the business. But I know it's, whatever happens is going to be a reflection of him. So I know how people going to translate it to, your team or you ducking. So I get it. I understand it. That's why I don't argue, man. It's no right or wrong answer. It's just however you process the information. There's really no right or wrong answer to me. If you want to say he a duck and you got a reason why, I can't tell you wrong because you see it that way. I can't tell you wrong for how you see it. So for me, I just hate when negotiations go public. And as public as this was, I always knew one key thing, that the fight wasn't happening. I knew it. I wanted to see it, but I had, I had hopes for it, but when you really just look at it and how public it was, I appreciate the Pops trying to be transparent with the people. I understood. I listened to him well, so I felt like I understood him. You know what I mean? It's not about being right or wrong. He tried to stand on business, it didn't work out. Like I said, it could, bet on yourself, I guess. That's what you're doing, right? Taking them lesser fights and just keep winning. That's all. Technique was good with it. And maybe you revisited a fight from that. Who knows? Why not? Why not? Because it looked like y'all ran out of time. Yeah, maybe they was firm on the 2 million shit, but it looked like y'all ran out of time. Respectfully, it just looked like y'all ran out of time, whether they was asking for too much or not. Because I started hearing different, where we'd take the same money somewhere else. That's a starting point to me. That once you say that, then it's a chance you would take it where it's being offered to. I really believe that, but I just think they ran out of time.
Hey,
But you know what was very telling to me too, and I know we trying to get off the topic, but for you to say, "Well, I'll take that money if we fight in Vegas," I'm like, dude, which do you want? Like that right there really threw me off. Like you would take less money if the fight somewhere else. Like, come on, man.
Because he was saying Philly, enemy territory. He know nobody want to go there. Everybody gonna be against him. He had a bunch of reasons for. I know everybody don't agree with it, but I heard him. I get it, but it's like once I heard you say you'll be willing to take the money, but somewhere else, that tells me it's some breathing room still, some life still in that conversation. You know what I'm saying? When you really assess it, the opportunity is truly worth it. It's truly worth it. You maybe a couple $100,000 away from the mark that you wanted your son to clear. I ain't telling you to just accept anything, but just look at it that way. You get what I'm saying? And you really was confident as hell that your son could win. Now I get you standing on what you feel like your worth is. It's cool, but that's a real opportunity right there. And there's only one Boots Ennis in this division. There's nobody else you can fight that you will get the respect. You get what I'm saying? For beating like you would for beating Boots. So that's where, it's like a missed opportunity. On the other end, his age kind of buys him the opportunity to be able to go in another direction and still be okay as long as he keep winning. For Boots, 27, 30 plus fights. The champions evaded you. They handled their business, moved out the division. Virgil was your fight, in my opinion. That moved out the division. All signs say go up there. All signs say go up. I can't wait. Like I said, I can't wait to see it, man. That's all I can say for that.
Already.
Yeah, nah, I doubt if they don't have it. They just probably.
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna holler at y'all. Just thanks for having me up, bro.
Shout out to KO. Appreciate you, bro. I'll be.
KO, you going live tonight?
He popped off already. I think so, right?
He go live Wednesdays, right?
Technique was good. What he say, the low ball king, and I don't even feel like he was doing that. I just think they wanted what they wanted, and Eddie was like, hell nah, man. There's more than enough money I'm offering.
All right, I'm gonna hop off this. Appreciate y'all. Thank you just for letting me on the panel.
2 cents, man. Appreciate you.
All right, holler at y'all.
All right, hey, 2 cents. I meant what I said. Once you get monetized, I'm putting a bounty on Boxing Hacker head.
Boxing Hacker know he my guy, man. Boxing Hacker my favorite panelist. He always brings a different perspective and point of view.
Right.
All right, y'all.
Salute to you. Appreciate you. Yeah, okay. Trump never wanted that fight right now. Yeah, man. Some people draw that from this situation. I don't think so, right? Because I really do think they wanted to fight. I just hear him out, and I don't think ain't nobody putting that much energy into front. Like my thing is, people build reputations for themselves, right? And one thing we know about one thing we know about Boots is they they real, right? That's the same shit over there with B Norman and his pop and his son. You know what I'm saying? Like they real too. They real over there too. Like if you follow the career and before the top rank, he a thorough dude. He just behind his son. He's trying to get him paid. I just don't fault people for that. That's why I say it's deeper than ducking. Business got to make sense for people to want to get in that ring, and it's a tough to tell somebody what to accept to get punched on, right? That's why I'm always at. I'm always consistent with that. So again, maybe they learn from this situation moving forward. It's not all bad. You get what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Learning experience. You know what I'm saying? And just keep it pushing. You said Brian Norman's a cow. I doubt it, man. I doubt it, man. Him and his pops is real ones, man. I don't let the money don't change my opinion of them. You know what I'm saying? And again, if you just listen to all of what they said, if you don't tell somebody what your worth is, they're gonna determine it for you. And that's not what they was cool with. So they felt like, you know what I mean? Hey, you know what I mean? And then his thing was everybody kept saying 1.7 million, but he like, that's not what they was taking home. 810,000, something like that. It broke the numbers down. So I ain't got to rehash it all. But overall, the Eddie Hearn experiment continues, and it's under the heavy microscope. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it is in a lab. That shit is under the microscope. People are trying to see if he's going to be able to secure meaningful fights for not only Boots, but Shakur too. He already got to get this Cordina smoke out the way. I think he probably going to end up doing business with Devin Haney again, especially if he fight Liam Parrow. So eyes is on him. I believe that's a good fight to be honest though. So I ain't mad at them for trying to get their money. I just can't be. Not in this game, you know what I'm saying? But keep it pushing, man. November 8th, he'll be on there. He's going to defend his title. And Keyshawn going to fight in the main event in the hometown.
Who fighting? Keyshawn?
You said
Keyshawn fighting?
Yeah, November 8th. And Brian on the undercard.
That's the Blink champ right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Cheddar was good with it. Yeah, that's why I say I try to be open to everybody's point of view because, especially if I chop it up with you. Like I hear people out. I get it. I mean, KO, he always gonna come from a very logical standpoint and use the facts that's there. It's not for me about agreeing or disagreeing, as if you make sense. So it's not right or wrong to me either. It's just it should he say makes sense, and I get it on both sides. So it's all good, man. Maybe they'll revisit it, man. Ain't the end of the world. But a Madrimov fight will be great for him, man. I do think so. And that'll start that Terence Crawford conversation all over again. It'll start that back up for sure. You up to 154 and end up fighting that guy. I think that's a good move. I think, make peace with you did your absolute best at 147. You knew you was the best and you was willing to prove it. Everybody else wasn't as willing to get in there as you was with them. And that's cool. But now you dominate another division where people look to probably fight you. And then, like I said, one of the things that made 154 what it was not only was it had depth and they had, it was talent rich. People were fighting each other. It just wasn't like you got a whole bunch of names and nobody fighting. So that's not the case. And down there, you don't even have the names and then nobody want to fight you. Double negative is nothing left for you but up. So go up, go get that smoke. Madrimov is a great fight to take in your first fight there if you can get it. And like I said, if you still had any hopes of fighting the Terence Crawford, I know that would at least start that conversation back up. I don't believe, when people say, well, that'll force or put pressure, and I don't believe that. I believe Terence Crawford gonna move to the beat of his own drum. I don't believe there ain't no pressure and forcing him to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I think Crawford gonna do what he do, but that will at least put some light back into that conversation. If you go out there and like beat Madrimov up more cleanly than he did, or stop him or something like that, like your pops was saying, then there you go. You know what I mean? Or you just put yourself in the driver's seat, 54. So and people gonna want to fight you. I really believe that. Want to see that man acclimate up there? I think he'd be perfect up there. That should be crazy. He get Boots at 54. That's what boxing needs, man. And Boots at 54. Hell, 47, man. You done did what you could do, man. Shout out to William Old School. What's good, my good brother?
Man, if I hear one more fucking person say that Boots needs to give up money for that fight, bro, I'm gonna scream.
It's the way they phrase it, Will. Like, don't say he needs to. You can suggest it as a potential option, but I'm not gonna like phrase it as it's something that he should have done, right? It's like there's something he could have did, but I'm not mad at him for not doing it, because that's like now asking me to take less money than what I'm worth to get you just to carry a belt that I'm gonna have to pay money for. So see what I'm saying? It's a
So
deeper
Boots is just now getting to
Mhm.
the point where he's actually making money at this. Because let's face it, he wasn't making much money on the other fights. He's finally starting to make a little money. So then he's got people saying, "Oh, well, he should give up money to come up with the other 500 grand." No, hell, fucking no.
Right.
I mean, just got in this position to make money. Why should he give up his money?
Nah, that's a great point. Why should he give up, especially if a $500,000? Yeah, for sure. Out of his purse.
The whole problem with this is when, and I told Jay this morning, there was an interview a while back, and he lost a bunch of Matchroom's money with the Canelo fights and a bunch of other fights that did not sell. Then Matchroom put Eddie on a budget after that. They didn't like the fact that, hey, he keeps losing our damn money. We ain't in this to lose money. So now he's on a budget. So now everything that he does has to make sense. From now on, it's either going to make money or it doesn't get made.
Right.
So Matchroom and Eddie are looking at this fight, and they're like, okay, will it sell? Brian Norman's a no. Boots is no. Brian Norman is no. So they're probably thinking the fight does okay, but it ain't going to make no goddamn real money. You know?
Right.
So they're not going to come out of pocket past that budget just because Brian Norman wants more money.
And it's part of business, bro. They not wrong for not being willing to either. You get what I'm saying? They're not wrong for it, bro.
And the thing I don't understand is, all right, Brian Norman, who else is he going to fight to make that kind of money? There is nobody. At least right now there ain't. Not at 147.
Right.
So consequently, he should have taken the fight instead of going. Now he's going to go fight some dude for $250K and make no money, and he's going to take a chance on losing the belt. And if he does lose the belt, he's never getting that big payday.
Right.
At least not anytime freaking soon. Because he'd have to build himself all the way back up to get a big payday again.
Right.
So if I'm them, I don't see why the hell they turned this down. This was just dumb on their part. Because even if they lose in a close fight, he still builds himself up.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just not a bad thing to lose to a guy like Boots, right? I know you ain't trying to lose to nobody. I ain't saying he would have lost, but I'm just saying worst case scenario, you lose to him and make that money. But again, a lot of people don't agree maybe with his father's stance, but I could just understand a guy trying to be transparent and explain it. He like, and it's all said and done, 810,000. That's what we would have been making. We could go fight this fight, maybe 300,000 here, X amount, 1,000 there. A few fights we end up making more money than what we got at that in this one fight. People looking at the 1.7. He said he ain't looking at it, what he really actually taking home. And I know that's the conversation people like, you know, it's a little, you know, back and forth, but I get it. And his management team, like he got something going on. I forget what it's called. What is it? Protect yourself at all times. Something he got going on, you know, to protect the fighters and make sure that they get paid. Like it's a whole stance that they had, and I respected it. Right? It's not about whether I agree with it because it's on them. It ain't for me to agree or disagree. It ain't my deal to make. But I understood the stance, and I know that stance could potentially lead to where we at now. Them not getting the fight. You know what I mean? And as long as they're cool with it, and you get what I'm saying? And as long as they keep winning, I think they'll be okay. But if not, then like I said, they're gonna look back at it and probably be like, damn, we missed one. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is though, bro, ever since, and this all started because of Bud and Errol, let's be honest. Ever since that fight, I've been hearing more and more people say, well, they should give up some money to make the fight. No, bro. Errol was a fool for doing that dumb shit.
Yeah, Errol. But you know what I think that was able to happen? Because they talk to each other. I think
I still say he was a fool for giving up that much of his shit.
Yeah, that open line of communication, I think, put Bud in a position to get more of what he wanted. Because he was speaking on it. He was like he made Earl aware of some things that he didn't know. And I think from there he started to really level with him. And you see how it was. He's just like, hey, you know what? Let's make the fight. But I heard he did go against,
The thing is with Bud, though, dude, a long time ago, he had the chance to leave Bob Arum. And what did he do? He re-signed with Bob Arum. So he went right back into the mold, and went right back to making a regular freaking check with no back end money. And that was his choice. And he also knew by that point Bob wasn't promoting him right.
Right. That's why he ended up suing him though, and some of that what he was suing him for was like people was thinking he was cool with. It's not the money so much; it was the opponents and him not delivering on the opponents that he was supposed to be delivering on. And I think each time that he didn't get, but I had to ask my man, forget the specifics. Each time he had to, fight a less than, let's say premium for lack of a better term, he was ended up having to be paid extra money for that. So he really did like, and again, I get it. People like, why did you re-sign? And you just would never know. You just would never know, right? You just would never know. But my thing is, maybe you hopeful that shit'll get better, and that's just part of trusting people. And you just goes to show you can't.
Yeah, it was never going to get better. Bob's stuck in his ways. Bob's only going to put out so much money. You know what I mean? That's just what it is.
True. Remo, what's good with it, bro? That's true.
Ain't nothing, man. Listen, I was just sitting here for the last hour, just listening, washing my car. I'm like, man, it's so good to be a casual boxing fan. You don't get so emotionally invested into this shit, man, because,
Sorry for the Queen Karma.
The dude asked for a little bit more bread. Who are we to say that he shouldn't be asking for that? Or, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got A1 on the line, right? He in the hoops and all that shit, right? So if a nigga jump out his contract, right? Let's say, for instance, somebody who's a second round draft pick. Let's say Gilbert Arenas, right? He was able to do what he did, perform, and was faster to re-up than everybody in his draft class based on what he did, based on on where he was drafted, and then with his performance. The dude really jumped the line and won that belt. There was no plan for him to win that belt. It was just a body for him to get beat up and give somebody else a belt. So he kind of put himself in a different position than he was, allotted for. Right. Boxing ain't, it's no guarantees. It's no 4-year contracts. Let's say he don't take the money that, matter of fact, let's just say he don't get the money that he was asking for and take what was offered to him.
Right.
The belt offered him, now he on the shelf because now he went over across the street. He wasn't supposed to win the belt initially because he fucked up the plans on the business end for top ranking him. Now he's just out the loop. So now he got to fight wherever he got to fight for the next 2-3 years or be on the shelf. You got dudes like Speedy who was on the shelf and still ain't getting no bump. So you never know what the outcome is going to be. So to tell somebody that they're a duck for this, that, the fourth, no, you're not paying that man. And if Boots really and truly needed to fight for his legacy, for whatever, and giving up a little bit of his end to make it happen, I don't see why people saying that's stupid. Because it's just him investing in himself. Because now him going to 54, it's starting all over from the beginning. Still having to find somebody to jump in the ring with. So his legacy is still not going to begin.
Right.
So he's gonna have to make some kind of sacrifice, and to keep blaming it on somebody else. Nah. Yeah. Because before he signed that contract, right, to go over there and play with Eddie, knowing that he didn't really have no names besides Conor Ben, if he was gonna move up anyway, all the names to give him bump was at where? 54. And if anybody was saying from the beginning that he should have been at 54, it'd been me. Like, stop playing around with dead bodies down there. Go up and play with his bump. None of them dudes be ducking each other, and none of them is like head over heels as far as like what they've done in the division. They still all kind of at the same level.
Yeah.
The biggest name there is Terence, and he's still chasing Terence. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the biggest name. And so if you want to do all of that, fuck it. You ain't have to go by Eddie. But now that you did, now it's on you as well. Y'all business partners now. You're not a what you call it, a talent anymore. You a business partner. You made a decision to go over there, and you had a couple different options, and the ball was in your court. That's the route that he took. So it's like you can't keep pointing fingers at everybody. The kid wanted a little bit more money. You know what? I ain't gonna. If you can't get 300,000, I'll give 200. But my next fight with a bigger name, hold me down on the back end. That's how business works.
I just felt like it was wiggle room to finesse this situation into an opportunity that worked for both of them. I truly do. And my thing is, I'm not saying anybody had to or was supposed to, but I just feel like that opportunity was there if somebody wanted to go that route. But like I said, some of what Will said made sense. I think the way HEARN started is not where he currently at right now. Meaning, like in terms of, like you said, with them giving him a budget, I think it's a lot, maybe less for him to play with or operate with, which is one reason maybe why he stood firm on his offers or whatever the case. I don't know. I would love to ask him though, because what the hell going on over there, Edward? Like, is it just everybody being unreasonable about the money? You know what I'm saying? Or is it,
Look, if you go back and look it up, there's videos to what I said about this, about with Eddie and the budget. When Matrimon was mad, bro. When they lost all that money on the Canelo fights, and there was a couple others, I can't remember which fights, but there was a couple others they lost big time on, and they wasn't having that shit again. And I don't blame them.
But to counteract that statement, right? Regardless if it's boxing or any sport, a budget is set. If the budget is blown and you ain't see yourself in the green, the next year the budget's going to always be less. So it's not just him blowing the budget. They lost a talent that does bring in a lot of that budget, which was Canelo. He moved off the network in totality. So what he would have made up in other little facets is no longer there. Name another person besides maybe Joshua that's going to bring in that revenue on that side. So the money is going to be less. They're always going to come in with less money if the revenue isn't being made and there's no projection for it to be made. You don't keep.
But see, that was the problem, Remo. There was no revenue behind Canelo with Matrimon. They didn't make money. They lost money on all them fights because Canelo was taking easy touches. Nobody was paying for that garbage.
But when you come into business, right? They initially give you a whole heap of money to make a dent. If the effect isn't there, you don't keep pouring into that same business model, because that's what happened to BLK Prime. They just jumped their head over heels with nothing on the back end, and they gave one person their whole value of the company, and they folded in one fight. They tried, it didn't work. All right, you know what? You got a couple other fighters. We're gonna reduce the amount that we could give out. And this is that. That's how that kind of works, bro. Unfortunately, you can't. Yesterday's market is not today's market. That's just how it is. Gas prices ain't the same all year round, are they? We gotta stop thinking about things for sports like it ain't regular life and business. They just playing with millions while we playing with thousands. That's it. It's just a little bit different. That's all. Like think about it. Norman is really 4 years younger than Boots. And learning the sport through y'all, you're saying your prime, you reaching your prime around 28 to 32, right? That's what y'all said. Boots about to be 20. Boots about to be 28. And he still hasn't made a dent in the sport yet. Now think about this. Now they lost the purse bid. Now he gotta go all the way to what, Germany? So now he got to take a whole camp to Germany, provide plane tickets for everybody when everything was in Philadelphia. Now that's going to cost him money on the back end. Why not give a little bit of purse to have it in Philadelphia?
Boots really got started at the wrong time, bro, because you had Porter going out the game. Porter said himself when they asked him about fighting Boots, he's like, I don't want no part of that young dude. Then you had what's his name, the English dude.
Let's not worry about the past. I'm talking about right now. Right now, the money that he didn't want to, or Eddie didn't want to meet in the middle with this kid, right? So now let's say he's getting $3 million or whatever the case is. A chunk of that is going to have to be brought to buying plane tickets. There's no team jet in boxing.
Right.
He's gonna have to spend at least a month out there to adjust to the food, and he got to bring a nutritionist and all this other shit. Boxing equipment, gym memberships, and all types of shit out there. He's a prize fighter, but now you depleting a fund that you have already at home. All of this stuff that he has to go purchase or rent out or whatever, he has at the gym now. He don't have to go nowhere. He don't have to pay nothing extra for that. He has his own gym. But now he has to pay because of a couple thousand. That's dumb.
Look, it's a bad situation all the way around. I wish the fight would just get made and shut everything up. But I'll be honest, and I said this morning, I don't think they ever intended on fighting Boots. I really don't. There's a big difference in between the two skill-wise. I have no idea. I can't, after watching both of them, and I went back and checked out Brian Norman a few more times, a few more fights. I don't see no possible way of him beating Boots. That'd have to be a Hail Mary punch or some kind of shit like that for him to beat Boots.
But I don't think he really has to. He just wants to be paid as such. He's no longer a contender. He's a belt carrier now. Now give me the conversation as a belt carrier, or give me the average of all of the belt carriers in that division for the last couple fights.
I got this with that.
I can't be mad at the young man for wanting more, because boxing is such a what you done for me lately. So he had a big moment. If it don't please the next fight, boxing fans don't even want to see him no more.
No.
So now that same bread that he missed out on, he's gonna miss out on 2-3 more times because he ain't gonna be getting paid. Nobody gonna want to see him. There's no opportunities for him.
And like I said, God forbid he loses that $250K fight.
Right.
All right, Just, I'm going to eat, bro.
You already know. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, man. So,
Peace, Primo.
All said and done, man. November 8th, we'll be seeing B. Norman back against Derek Cuevas, and we still a little undecided as what the hell's about to happen with Boots Ennis. Is he going to vacate the title? Because I don't see why he should have to go to Germany. That just removes the fact that he's even the champion. That's like challenger status, going to somebody's backyard, having to fight against their judges in front of their people. Just don't make sense. So shout out to Boots Ennis, man. Shout out to Brian Norman Jr. Sometimes fights don't happen, and we just got to move on. That's what I'm going to do. I ain't stuck on it. I ain't blaming nobody. I still remain that I don't think nobody ducked, because I think both fighters would have fought each other had the business been worked out. That's just my stance. But let's keep moving to something else I was going to bring up, man. With October 12th on his way, down the line, Shakur back in the gym, and I like to see him. To defend your title in somebody's backyard is wild. Like you damn challenger at this point. You know what I'm saying? With a belt, so it don't even feel like it. But I like to see Cora in the gym working with Bud, man. I think that's a good person to learn from, man, and pick up some things, know the game inside and out. And I just like seeing them put in some work. Who better than to learn from than Bud Crawford, man? I like just seeing him working on drills and him just in the lab with somebody that's as talented and as accomplished as Bud, man. it's always good to be able to sharpen your sword with somebody like that, as crafty and smart as Bud. So good to see it, man. October will be here before you know it, man. And that fight will be on his way. You know, even if people ain't excited for that, you know, you got Dimitri Bivol and Arthur Better Beef at the top of that bill. So at the end of the day, we get to see some good work. And you know what? Something I wanted to bring up too. It's funny, all this talk about you know, him going over there to Saudi and fighting Joe Cordina. But here's a little fun fact for the people, man. Fun fact: American fighters are currently 0-8 for Riyadh season fights in Saudi. Shakur Stevenson will have a chance to break the curse by beating Cordina. Talking about being on the right side of things, man, because he gonna change all that. They'll be 1-8 after that. You know what I mean? After he fight Cordina, that's for sure. You know what I mean? They'd be 1-8. I'll tell you that. But he will be the one to break that, man. That we've been taking some losses, so there's the bright side of it. There goes a storyline for people that like stuff like that. We on 8, baby. At least we in for sure hands. You know, you got a style that's difficult to deal with, man. He gonna give Cordina hell and do what he do, man. He gonna change some of this bad fortune. It's on 8 ain't looking good, man. Dude's going over there in Riyadh season and getting worked over, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can't have guys out there getting worked over like that, B. You dig? Yeah, man, y'all keep smashing that like button. Break the curse, he will for sure, man. You know what I mean? Bud can be a fantastic teacher if he decides to explore that. Absolutely. And I think he will, because I think he naturally love it. And the reason why I say I think he will is because not only that it's in him, he's been doing it while being an active fighter. Like giving back and paying it forward is what I like to call it, right? And being in the gym with those guys, giving game and helping them sharpen their tools and giving them more confidence, just breathing more life into people's careers. That's something about Bud Crawford career that I respect a lot. I rock with him. I like to see that. It ain't just Shakur that he worked with. He worked with a number of them younger guys. So it's just dope to see. Of course, him and Shakur obviously gonna work a lot because you know, I mean, shit. I like I said, if I was in Shakur's shoes, I'd be getting on Bud nerves because I'd be picking his brain. You got him and Andre Ward, people like Floyd Mayweather. I'm just saying, in terms of picking a brain and learning the game, you can never get enough game. You know what I'm saying? It's always something you could learn and know who better to learn it from than those guys. You got Bud Crawford from Andre Ward. You got Hall of Famers in your corner that you really could learn from and draw from. You know what I'm saying? Cash Crypto, what it do, my guy? Bug teach you how to get away with tampering with the gloves. Cash, you a fool. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to the Queen, Melanin Queen, man, who had Boots really beat. That was a top contender. That's the thing. The Butcher, that's been the whole talk. That's the whole reason why we want Boots to be able to at least get championships at 47 or go up there where those real smoke is at, where he'll be able to check off that box that you're asking about right now for reasons like that's out of his control. Like guys not feeling like they're being compensated enough to go in there with him. There's nothing he can do. So that's why I never criticize Boots' resume the way people do, because how could you indict him on it when he's not the one turning down smoke? He's just a fighter. He ain't supposed to be hashing out numbers and none of that. He's just supposed to sign up for the fight, train, and be ready and whoop ass. And that's what he do. And it's just unfortunate when you see somebody in that situation, because a lot of people will talk about the resume without no context. Who did he beat? Who did he duck is the better question. They used to say that with Wilder to me. I used to say, well, who did he duck? Who wasn't he willing to fight? The most, who y'all said Luis Ortiz was dangerous. You know the story. He fought him twice and didn't have to, even after he tested. Tyson Fury, we know the story. They said that was the best heavyweight. He fought him 3 times. Had to take him to court to get the smoke. So I just can't criticize a guy. I mean, you just got to put it in its proper context, right? Like Andre, for example, he had a number of different things go wrong, from probably bad advice, management, promotional inactivity, injuries. He had it all happen to him. You know what I'm saying? So it just all depends, man. Everybody's situation is different, but I just feel like I just lost my train of thought.
No, that's just, you're spot on, man. That's just something that we have to be open to as fans. Just the idea of somebody not being able to take advantage of an opportunity that they don't have. You know, you can't unify if you're not in position to even, you know, lose the fight. You don't got the fight at all. But that clip, man, I was watching that clip and I was looking at that shit. I said, damn, Bud got a damn good eye, man.
Yeah. It's like just the little stuff
The
that
little
it
things.
seemed like they was drilling right there. I was like, yes, bring it out of him because he needed another gear. I believe it's there.
Not just the drilling certain things that needs to be, you know, added to the toolbox, tactically, but just with his technique. With his technique, his grandfather's done a fantastic job with him getting him to this point, and cultivating his IQ, all that stuff. But there's been some things he's been doing for quite some time that a lot of guys, they just haven't been able to take advantage of. The main one was when he was throwing his left hand, he's dropping his lead a lot. I was talking about this shit a couple months ago with D for the Win because we were watching it together, and I was looking. If you go back and you look at that clip, right? Every time Bud asked him for a left hand, he took his hand and propped it up underneath Shakur's lead so he wouldn't drop his lead hand. He kept, every time he made him shoot his left hand, he put his hand underneath Shakur's just to remind him, keep that lead hand up. And I think stuff like that is what will make Bud Crawford, if he decides to explore being a trainer, I think it will make him a great teacher. Not just a trainer, but a great teacher.
Yes, sir. That's why I like seeing it, because I know they work and I appreciate you. You always gonna point it out, the fine details. That's why we appreciate your eye, because I know you was gonna see it. Yeah, but just you pointed that out to me. I didn't even pay because that was really the first time I just played it. I just already know what it was, but to see that, man, that could only make them better, man. That could be the.
Could you play that one more time for me, man? That stuff is beautiful, man. It just look every time he throw that left hand, just peep how he what's the name? He pushing right underneath Shakur's elbow. Keep that lead up.
Keeping them sharp. That's why I say they working with intent, right? It's intent to what they doing. They not just in there and it's not for the cameras. Yeah, somebody was able to capture the moment, but that's just the icing, and that's a plus, right? But they really in there working. It ain't just for the cameras, and that's what I like. I know some things, and I'm pretty sure what they working on is based off from fight to fight, right? Well, what did we see in that last fight? Let's fix some shit. Like, that's what I love, and he's teachable. People that just don't get. It's one thing when you that good, but you know how high he think of himself, his skill set. But for him to be teachable and have the right people where he know he learning the right shit from, I love to see it, man. Pick his brain, learn the game, just keep getting better, because that's what I don't feel like he all the way finished just yet. I feel like it's some more fine tuning and polishing for him, right? Like not no big gaps and he gonna just be, but some little improvements here and there, fine tuning and just
mainly like little habits and little tendencies, things that can just shore him up.
Yeah,
that's it. You know what I mean? Like for example, with the lead hand, and then the other thing too. The other thing that I like is Bud giving him the reasoning behind that particular combination he wanted him to throw when he was telling him to throw the uppercut, then the straight behind it. And he was saying if the guy is if he's trying to encroach, he's trying to tie you up, and you don't want to be tied up. When he falls in, that's when you shoot the uppercut. Then you put the other one behind it. So you use the most appropriate word, man. Intent. He's not in there just doing fancy pad work drill and
that's
all
why
this shit, and it
like,
look good.
That's cool
it looks
what it is, like an Instagram reel or something. But who hate that, and it's funny. That's why I love talking to you, because you always make me bring up something that I was going to talk about. You know who hate that? It's a trainer that worked with Shakur, tag boxer too on IG, Ron Sims. He hate that. My man Mo City was telling me he hate the little fat, because it's like, that shit don't work. That's not real. They don't work in the fight. Nobody gonna stand there and let you drill all punches like that in no damn fight.
You're not about to throw a 30 punch combination. It's not happening.
He don't like it. He don't like it. And that, if you look at, I'll point to somebody outside of Shakur, because I got other examples that he's worked with. The coach that I'm talking about, he worked with Troy Isley. What's the fight? Troy Isley fought who? And people was about to picking against him, thinking he was going to struggle against Who the guy? He beat a couple people. What was it? Vladimir? Was it Vladimir Hernandez or something like that? That he fought? Who was it? I gotta pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. Troy
This is a
Isley
recent
fought him,
fight.
but
This is at 160, right?
yeah, my point is, like, if you see the way he fought from that fight to the last one, you'll see the improvement. Because again, he's fighting, he's doing things with a purpose and a lot of intent behind it. And if you see, like I said, the coach that he worked with, that's the type of shit that he drilled. He ain't into that, pretty shit that don't work. Yeah, it was Vladimir Hernandez, a couple fights back. It was a couple fights ago. Yeah. Vladimir Hernandez, that's who it was. The guy, he ended up beating a couple people that, he upset a couple guys, I believe. This was a dude. Yeah, this is him. Let me go click his name. Why would they tell me this site can't be reached? Okay. Yeah, this is the guy. This the one that had beat Truck and J-Rock. That's who he beat. And he beat Truck and J-Rock, that guy. So people was picking against Troy. Was like, he got a couple upsets. I'm like, I think he gonna win. And that was one of his sharpest performances to date. If you look at it, he was sharp. And even I think more so his last one, he was sharp in that. Punch output, everything was on point. I'm like, yo, I like Troy Isley, man. He showed improvement. He's just getting better. And that coach, man, I'm telling you, I love teachers. That's what he is, as a teacher. Like when I heard him point out, my guy weakness, you got the right people around him, bro. I'm telling you. Let me know right there. He ain't got no yes, man. You got people that want to see you be great. Because if not, they wouldn't point that out. Like we ain't even asked for that. I was able to listen to him display a week. You ain't never hear nobody say this. I was like, man, that's something. Now when you go watch, you got me looking at them. You got me looking at them like, yeah, obviously it's just something where you can improve, and that's what the coach is supposed to see. Areas where you where you need to get better and work at it, and that's why I say it makes me glad to know that guy is fully in his corner. That's somebody that he's very aware of his importance to his career and being around. I love it, as well as his grandfather and number of people that he's working with. But I just love, people of substance and value, and that's really what he add. And like I said, you could go back through the list of fighters. It's enough. He worked with them all, man. And what he been able to do with people, he add value. If that's somebody that's in your camp, you immediately add value. I immediately seen, not gonna say it was just him, but you could see the tweaks in Troy Isley. I was like 100%. He looked like a much sharper, more intentional fighter. I always use that word now because that's just what I see. You do things with a purpose. You're not just doing shit. And that's when you start to really grow, like as a fighter, when you know why you doing what you doing, when to do it. You know what I'm saying? You understand your purpose in the ring. So that's what I seen in Troy Isley. I'm like, he growing, and people critique him because his power here, ain't the biggest puncher, but I think he got enough power to hurt you. That dude is, he put together the right way, man. I like what I'm seeing from him, man. I just hope to see him keep winning. It's one of the guys I root for too. That he worked with.
Sometimes it's not always about the power, man, because you got some guys where they may not have the greatest punching power, but they have other physical attributes that aid them in the fight. Like Sean Porter's one of them guys. Like Sean Porter's not a monstrous fighter, but he was sturdy as hell. And when he was able to get on the inside and, be rough and be physical. Timothy Bradley is another one. Wasn't a big puncher, but he had the necessary physicality.
Yeah, and
or his style.
Yeah, that dog mentality too, that helped compensate for what he might have lacked in power, because he definitely was gonna go for it in there. He'll fight you. Like Tim Bradley, he was with it. So I always liked his temperament there. That dude was with it. Remember, he took a gamble trying to fight Provodnikov the way he did. I said, boy, like that, got yourself killed in there messing with.
Yeah, but that shit was self-imposed though, because Timothy Bradley was a far better boxer than what he displayed in most of those fights.
Yeah, especially.
But he spoke about that too. He's on record saying that he knew that he had to be exciting because he wasn't a knockout puncher, none of that stuff. So you got to find that fine line between being smart and appeasing the public and trying to increase your drawing potential.
You had to find it after that Provodnikov. That was a hell of a risk to go in.
No, that was too much.
Like that. I was like, bro. I was like, what is he made of? I was like, dude was like out in his feet. And then all of the punishment that you suffered after the fact, like I was like, dude, man, you a hell of a guy to put yourself through all of that, man. So I respect to him, but it's a fine line. And today, it's like the world got that casual eye. They got a real eye for knockouts. Let me just say that. Ain't got to be casual. People love their knockouts. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And when you don't get them, you got to find a way to be entertaining without it. You know what I'm saying? You got to. And there's ways to do it, of course, but you got to be clean. Schools reopened. They were going, who was that? Solo Dolo was good with it. Yeah, man. But
I just love what I've seen in that training, though, man. I love to see stuff like that.
Yeah.
And kudos, man. Kudos to Shakur Stevenson. For real. Because there have other fighters where certain deficiencies may have been pointed out, and these guys just do not work on them.
Mm-hmm.
They just do not work on them. I was teasing my guy BVO because I was saying to him, I was like, I'm about to open up the casuals corner and just make a video dedicated to Teal not cutting off the ring just to spite him. But he did a little sit down with Mark Kriegel, and he almost seemed like, I guess he's been convinced that guys are just running from him, and if they don't want to fight, then he doesn't have to work on these things.
Yeah. See, that ain't good.
That's not good.
That's like you not acknowledging that your shortcomings and what's an area where you need to improve. You know what I'm saying? That won't get you better. That's why I say don't get in your own way.
Right.
Speaking of Tio, man, what the hell you think of him being at 156 right now? Think he moving up?
Quite possibly. I don't think he looked too
done at 140.
Yeah, probably.
He looked big, yo.
But I'll say this though. That fight that he had with Steve Claggett, he ain't look gassed by the end. He went 12 and he looked like he still had some left in the tank.
Impressive.
So I'm like, he looked.
That's why I was like,
so.
I don't know. I seen it deeper than the knock. I was like, I don't think he struggled. He just fought a different style of guy, and he threw a lot of punches. He landed a career high punches in that fight.
High.
He threw a lot of
typically
punches.
very judicious.
Man,
Tio's a guy that's very conservative, and he was just letting them bitches fly, and he was on the back foot a lot, moving around all over the ring. I said, damn.
Yeah.
His stamina looked good in that fight.
Energy level was impressive. That's why I was like, it's weird to see him up at 156. I'm like, Tio at 156 is it's just awkward to see it. Like, do I still got that little snippet in there? 156, big as hell.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like a damn American bully.
Damn,
one of the big ass dogs.
Canelo special, Reynoso special with the what is that? The uppercut hook combination. Pugilist, shout out to you, bro. He said Boots is a victim of his own abilities. Had he gone far in the Olympics, he had an instant name recognition. Now he's a high risk, low reward opponent. Yeah, it's unfortunate that a fighter after 30 plus fights, and even a title later, find himself in that category where he could be framed as a high risk, low reward. It's the wildest shit ever. I just wish boxing wasn't like that. But like I said, I really do think when fighters run into that issue, very rarely when they go up to the next division, that's the same exact problem again. Nah, people gonna want to fight. More money, more opportunities. People ain't, and then you coming up into their division, just the thought of it alone, like people gonna want to fight you, man, because they already know you looked at as a boogeyman. People ain't gonna be going for that boogeyman shit in their division, and 154 is known for mixing it up with each other. That's why we like it. So hopefully, you just go up there and do what it seemed like is in his best interest at this point, almost.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well.
We gonna see.
I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to Pugils, appreciate you, fam. Barroso got beat by the young lion. Yeah, Barroso got did filthily.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brother Cal Cooley, man. Bro, Barroso could still be a gatekeeper. Shit, I don't know. Barroso kind of old, bro. Barroso might want to chill, especially after getting put down and dropped multiple times in his last fight and stopped. I ain't catching. Somebody put me on, but I probably could go find it. Probably find some highlights of it, but hey, man,
it's floating around on Twitter. I saw it and I said, "Damn."
Yeah,
got dropped 3 times, man.
Yeah, I kind of knew it was gonna be that kind of ending to the story because it just would have been too hard. That's why we know how important it was for him to capitalize on that opportunity when he had Rolly in there. But You know how that go. He was sick. Rolly got saved. We know Barroso. Still justice for Big Watch Barroso, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
The true WBA 140
Big Watch
champ.
Barroso. Check him out. This was Core and Dad right here, and they switched to Barroso and Rolly. You know what I'm saying? Rolly with the shades, try to act like you know what I'm saying. We know he beat that boy. You know what I'm saying? In the words of my guy AB. You know what I mean? There go the original photo right there. Fool. Nah. Big Rolo the Dome, Big Watch Barroso was on his helmet, man. That was an entertaining fight until the referee got involved and started effing up. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how it's unfortunate. He older. He don't want nobody gonna do a bunch of kicking and screaming when he ain't get his just due, when he ain't get a decision. It's like who his fan base consists of, who gonna be screaming and hollering online for him. Robbery, even though we was going to bat for him, but you know, obviously that shit ain't do nothing.
Yeah, and then it was quiet after that. It was quiet after that. I feel the same way about Steve Claggett. I think it's a shame that some of these guys, when they don't have the necessary affiliations, they don't get these opportunities until they're in their 30s, or in Barroso's case, 40 years old.
Right.
It's a shame, man. So, like I always say, you got to respect the B-side, yo, because
it's some people that made careers and livings off being a B-side too. You know, because you do your homework, but people will be amazed at how people make careers off being a B-side, especially. And I think it take a hell of a person to accept that as a career, because you pretty much keeping it real with yourself and you ain't lying to yourself. And by that, I mean, you ain't psyching yourself into thinking that you're going to be something that you're not. You kind of understand your level and where you're at and what makes the most sense for you. And then you find a way to, you know, monetize off that and just be a person that's, you know, a good B-side fighter. You know what I mean? Sometimes that could lead to you upsetting a couple people as well and making some significant money in the process. So it's not all bad, man. That's why I say everybody ain't in this shit to be no superstar. I learned, like, it's so much to learn. Everybody don't care about the same stuff. Like, everybody don't care about being popular. Nah, some people that really make a career out of being a B-side and getting paid and don't give a damn what you think about their record and none of that. They get paid. So it's like they love the sport enough and they found a way with the level that they're at to make the most out of it. And I ain't knocking it. This shit hard. Everybody ain't. That's why I say when people be like, such and such ain't a pay-per-view star, this one ain't a pay-per-view. I don't care about that. How many of those do we got? And that's how is that good for us? Everybody's a pay-per-view star. We paying for everything. Like, that's not good. That's very expensive. I don't give a damn what nobody say. And I love boxing too, but I ain't trying to be dead broke because I gotta pay for pay-per-views every other week. Like, hell no. So when somebody not a pay-per-view star, cool, and they still getting paid, great. Like, still getting paid and we still getting able to see them. Perfect for me, man. I don't need to see everybody be on pay-per-view. You know what I mean? So
at all.
When I hear Big Turk, something else I was gonna ask about, man. When I hear Big Turk suggesting these $20 pay-per-views, man, you know what I mean? I wonder, is that even real? Is that doable? Is that something that's sustainable? You know, think about it. I guess the thinking is if they're cheaper, then more people are gonna buy it. And if you're willing to bet on that, or at least experiment with it, I could say, man, maybe they experiment with that, but I don't know. That's a bit tough, man. $20 pay-per-views. Could you imagine that? We buying everything, every exhibition's included. Yeah.
I mean, I think it is. I think it is doable, and I do think it's sustainable. And man, I envy the OGs, the Bruce Gasses, the Jay Hardcores of the world. Because imagine, once upon a time, these guys were watching Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, and they didn't have to pay for it on pay-per-view.
Right. So yeah, I think that could move people closer back to that. Well, y'all gonna pay, but it's gonna be like, you know, an all-time low, $20. That's less than a haircut. You know, that's how I start looking at it. People like, oh, that's just some gas money, rather than that's a whole meal, or that's a bill at this point. It goes from that to just a smaller
expense. Bill territory right there.
Right.
Your Wi-Fi bill and shit.
You get what I'm saying? Right. Do I think Shakur got to get a KO? No. Nah, because, I'm very logical. I understand people that feel like, well, pressure is on. The last performance is this. It all depends on what situation you think you're in. But for me, I'm very realistic. Just because, a guy got stopped in his last fight, especially after getting hit late and not recovering, don't mean that, a non-knockout artist has to knock somebody out. But he has to win because he's a winner. You got to show separation. You got to show levels. Those are the things I think he has to do. But as far as a knockout, I think that's just icing on the cake for him. And then it'd make it all the better if he could find a way to just go out there and stop his guy, right? Obviously, you leave way less room for people to run their mouth when you just go out there and dust somebody off. But I'm never going to ask a non-knockout artist to, has to get a knockout. You know what I'm saying? Unless he obviously in there with some low-level guy, and that's not
right.
That's
not Joe Cordina. That's not
he's
Joe
more
Cordina.
experienced, and it's not to try to make a comparison, but just try to make it make sense. Like think of a Frank Martin and what people think about him, and that's without ever achieving a world title and having title defenses. At least Joe Cordina has that under his belt. So it's like people they write him completely off as a talent because he lost, but I can't do that because I'm realistic. The dude really can fight. You go watch any of his fights. You go watch particularly the last 4 to 5 before he lost. He went on a hell of a run, some quality opponents along the way, and good wins. Dude can fight, but when you some of this tells me, some of the rumblings is telling me because I know what y'all think of Shakur without telling me. So some of it is good. Some of y'all disdain for this. Y'all don't know how I look at it, but in my brain, you telling me this dude too good for that. Yeah, I know it. Y'all,
exactly.
I'm cool with that, so I get it, but Cordina is a good fighter. We got to start.
You got Shakur all the way up here without saying that you got him up here.
And it's
just
cool.
based on your expectations.
It's cool. Yeah. So you like Joe Cordina. He just got knocked out. No. They could have did better than that. And not under these circumstances, not under Eddie Hearn. And I think they did what they did, but that's not somebody you could overlook. That dude really could fight. You know what I mean? It's people that other people outside of Shakur that are vouch for him as a good fighter because that's what he is. Like I just don't. We so quick to label everybody as a C-level fighter. So you trying to tell me all you gotta do is lose once and you automatically a C-level fighter? You get what I'm saying? Like the world champion shit. Like everybody's not C-level. I'm not trying to hear that shit. C-level guys don't always win no damn titles. That ain't no C-level shit that he did. His resume.
And to your point, he made defenses too. It ain't like he just won a vacant title and then just got his shit took the very next fight. Like he's actually made defenses.
Right.
And with that being said, I believe that he deserves a chance at redemption. Like, let's see what the fuck he got left. Like, just because he lost this one fight don't mean he washed up. And let's say he loses to Shakur. If he puts forth a valiant effort and it's a competitive fight, then we can say, like, okay, everybody else ain't on Shakur's level. And that's the other thing that we got to look at, too, with this fighting shit. Like, these fighters are really on a spectrum. It's not just trash or Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
There's a whole spectrum.
If
we look at these guys on the slider and we're like, okay, Joe Cordina, in my opinion, is a damn good fighter.
Yeah, he really is, bro. And that's what Shakur was saying. And he got a lot of heat for it. And I'm like, I think so much deeper. The people be stuck on the fighter. Like, it's deeper than that. You got to think about what he's saying. Y'all want me to listen to more of what you're saying as a non-fighter, not an athlete, not a boxer, as opposed to a world-class fighter. Oh, he's only saying that because he's fighting him. That's what they need to do more of then. Yeah, give him and he didn't overdo it. He didn't like shine it up and prop him up on some pad. He was like, yo, that dude a good fighter. Like, though he brought up the weight, he was like, yo, he shouldn't even been there, to be honest with you.
Hell no. He shouldn't have been.
That's coming from a fighter standpoint. It's deeper than he's just a possible opponent. That's why he bigging him up. And again, that's what we need more of in boxing. Maybe some of the fans will follow suit since we got a tendency to follow some of the shit that the fighters say and do anyway, right? So let's start breathing life into your opponent and start selling these fights as more quality than what people are saying. Because you're not going to tell me it's a trash fight. The circumstances make it a bit questionable, right? Knockout loss, I get it. But again, I've seen worse. I've seen less accomplished guys. You know what I'm saying? I've seen, far weaker resumes and people get opportunities. Like I don't like to name it, get into the names because I'm not tit for tat, but we've seen it throughout boxing. So I don't think he people make it seem like he's not qualified whatsoever to be in the ring, and I just disagree with that thought.
No, it's a terrible take. Terrible take. Anybody who feels that way, personally, I feel like it's a terrible take. Like I always say, we got to look at how many active fighters there are, because another thing that we use is the word average, and it's typically to diminish somebody,
right?
Not what it truly means to be average, right? So just for example, Joe Cordina was the champion at 130. He made multiple defenses before he was alleviated of his title. And right now they are currently, I'm looking on BoxRec, there are 1,882 active fighters at 130.
That shit crazy.
So for you to be at the top of the heap out of damn near 2,000 fighters, you're pretty damn good.
Yeah,
that's just how I look at things.
Yeah, now we got to start putting it. We the family of context over here, bro. We love it because it provides a more quality, in-depth conversation rather than this same old tearing the sport down. This is bad. They're not doing this. This guy is not good. This guy is trash. This guy is C-level. Do y'all even know how to grade people at this point? I don't think y'all do. I don't think y'all do. Everybody can't be C-level. I never seen this generation right here. Never seen so many C-level world champions or so many champions or ex-world champions just C-level. Like you can't lose almost. The word on you immediately goes to shit once you lose. It's like, he lost his last. So look how many he won before he lost. For a lot of people, like you get what I'm saying. It's hard to win 20 straight. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard to win 20 straight. Shit ain't easy, man. Especially when you stepping it up in competition, fighting guys with winning records that don't really ain't fond of losing. Maybe lost once or twice, but have gotten better, or you know what I mean. Use that as experience to get better. So I don't know. All losses ain't bad, because you learn from them, and that's how you learn. Sometimes that's how you get better. That's why you see people bounce back from losses. You see comeback wins, or comeback. People comeback careers. However you want to look at it, man. So. That shit, I don't count nobody out after no loss, man. Pay-per-view for sure.
One of my guys, Tevin Farmer. I love Tevin Farmer. He had multiple losses. He found a way to just keep chipping away, and became a world champion. It's like, how could you not love that?
Wins he put together in a row before losing again was crazy. But people ignore it and just, he got 5-6 losses or whatever the case is. Like, man, he got some wins too, and some quality wins. You just gotta watch career, man. It's deeper than them losses too. That need to be a segment too. When people lose, certain fighters, when that O get lost, especially if it's respectable, you lose your O segment deeper than the O. It's deeper than the loss. You know what I'm saying? I'm just spitballing, but that's something to think about because you can't throw them away after that, man. It's a few O's or should I not O's, but we've been seeing the KO streaks be kind of broken up. That 100% now we gotta see. You got Arthur Better Beeve up at bat soon, so I wonder if he gonna fall in line with what's been going on. We've been seeing upsets, and we've been seeing guys with these 100% KO ratios finally fight a fight where they don't get a KO. But for guys still able to win, some. I mean, Matias, he took a loss. Who else? Virgil Ortiz, he won, but didn't get the KO. So it's been a mixed bag. So we'll see if Better Beeve leg injuries catch up to him at any point.
What are your thoughts on that fight being a pay-per-view? I got my own thoughts on it. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing personally.
To me, it seemed like, how could it affect him? He getting paid. He gonna get paid regardless. It just gives him an opportunity to possibly see what you can do, what you can bring in, what kind of interest. And I know you don't got the best dance partner, but it's an opportunity nonetheless that you didn't have to force your way into. You didn't have to do anything like, out the norm for this to present itself. So what do you say? No? It's almost like they say you fighting for a title or something, or you fighting on pay-per-view. Which you like, well, nah, I don't want to fight on pay-per-view. I can't sell. You like, all right. So it's just an opportunity for him for real. It depends on if you think, like I seen somebody pushing the angle that they setting them up for failure. This is why they making it pay-per-view. I'm like, man, yes, I like conspiracies too, but damn, do you think that's what they doing? Like, you got to consider that it's money at stake when this is happening. So what benefit do they have to play with their own money like this? Like, and again, man, you just never know. What Boots did in Philly was phenomenal. I thought, you know, anybody that could generate those type of crowds, man, that's dope. That's a lot of people in one spot. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of them cheering for him. Standing ovation for Boots, man. He came out with that Undertaker theme music, boy. I was saying, yo, this dude on one. He embracing this space full-fledged, man. But nah, pay-per-view is cool. It's just an opportunity for course, unexpected. And knowing him, yo, he gonna make the most of it. You know what I'm saying? As long as he make the most of it, I'm cool. Like I don't care about numbers, no way. Like that never affects how I view a fighter. People be like, he can't sell. I'll be like, can he fight? Yeah, but he can't sell. Who cares?
But that's why this is interesting to me, Just. And that's why I actually like it for Shakur.
Right.
People have been talking about the guy not selling, but he hasn't been in a position to sell.
Yeah.
His fights have been on ESPN. So you can't say the guy can't sell or he don't sell if there's no sales history. It's like we got to see it. Now, what happens if this fight does well on pay-per-view? Let's say it does 150,000 or 200,000 buys or something like that. In my opinion, that's a success.
Right.
I feel like if they're able to convert just 10% of the people who tuned into his last fight, because the viewership, from my understanding, they did pretty damn good. Highest viewed event on ESPN, like for boxing, did over 1 million views. If you can convert 10% of those people into paying customers, around like 100,000.
They be like, oh, but it's free TV. But that's an interest in people wanting to see the guy that y'all keep saying nobody
want to see.
The more y'all say it, the numbers dictate something else. I'm like, y'all got to stop pushing this inaccurate shit. Is he Tank? No. But how many other people is Tank too? One. It's only one of him. It's only one of him. It's one Nello. It's one Anthony Joshua. That you'll run out of names fast when you start talking about these big ass ticket sellers. It's not a whole lot of those type of guys. I ain't saying it ain't none. It's enough, but most guys are not that crazy ass star to begin with. I don't think boxing is set up for everybody to be a star either. Some people just gonna be a damn good fighter. Some people gonna have better. Like just look at Terence Crawford, perfect example. Anyway, people they look at him like a god over there. Terence Crawford, very similar circumstances, higher weight, cleaning out divisions in his sport. You see what I'm saying? A lot of similarities, and people will tell you he ain't did nothing. Inoue had the same type of legend over there. Just see how we do our people. We grade our fighters on a way different curve than the average consumer somewhere else outside of where we at. Like they really appreciate their people. And that's one thing about the Inoue fans that I could appreciate, man. They showing up for him every time. They intent. They watching every punch. They don't give a damn. They coming. They don't care what time, Tuesday, whatever time it be over there, man. It be early as hell for us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The weirdest time, they over there. They don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? You think his people over there, well, he's fighting on a Tuesday. You really think that's coming out of their mouths? But it'll be us. Like when you filling out. So the fact that he's filling out these spots, venues, or arenas is that's a bad thing because it's on Tuesday. I don't give a damn what if it's on Sunday, bro. You could bring all them people in one spot. You the man. But again, you got a guy like Bud Crawford, and people are like, well, he don't talk a lot. Somebody tell me how much shit Inoue talk. You get what I'm saying? Or the way will we ask for fighters? It'd be the dumbest shit. I'd be like, bro, you know this is boxing? Then his job is to be the fighter, and can he do that? And how well can he do it? With the best of them, it's gonna be something missing. So he not a big talker. I can make peace with that when you can fight that damn good. So I ain't asking you know what I'm saying? When you a Boots, you can fight like Boots. I don't need you to talk a whole lot because you do it when you need to do it. So same thing with Crawford, but I heard people as recent as a couple weeks ago say like he still ain't did nothing, and I'm just like, bro, only us, bro. Only us.
Yeah, like guys like Felix Diaz, a damn gold medalist. Like he's just chopped liver. Like he ain't shit.
Like,
he don't got a big name.
Didn't see that fight. They ain't gonna tell you, but that's basically what they saying. We didn't see that fight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, going in there with Gamble with identical records and
another gold medalist, and he made and yo, I was rewatching that damn Felix Diaz fight a couple months ago on Tubi, and I was like, damn, he made this dude who was an Olympic gold medalist look like like damn near like a newbie to the sport. Like it was ridiculous. Like the
DJ was good with it.
He ain't just like beat him up, but he just completely outclassed him.
Right.
It's like, damn.
Right.
This guy's a gold medalist. Bud had him looking silly in there.
Shout out to LetsBuild too, man. He got his website. Y'all go check his website out, man. This had recently got dropped. We know this is on the way, but this is gonna be a solid card. Abdullah Mason back. Troy Isley is also on this card. Got a solid opponent in there. I know Abdullah Mason got some food on the plate. I ain't even gonna lie, but it's all in the developmental stage. I ain't about to overly question nobody he fighting. I get it. They're keeping him active. You know, he gonna learn. He gonna keep getting sharp. But this dude, he gonna beat his ass. I think he listed as super feather. Abdullah Mason gonna smash that kid. You know what I'm saying? Smash him. And one last thing I did want to bring up, and being that it's kind of fresh, and we just seen Inoue go out there and punch somebody's leg dead. You know what I'm saying? He out here punching death into people's legs.
The muscle right above my hip, Sean. I just can't use my leg.
All of a sudden felt the leg go dead, right?
Right leg. I tried to push off. When I come back out, I tried to push off, and I went, nah.
And he got called out by Akmadaliev, who's now found his tongue and claims he's ready to.
Inoue, it's time. Send me a location. Don't be scared. USA, Japan, Inoue, anytime, doesn't matter. I need my bell. I'm ready. Let's go, champ.
Let's go,
Kudos to him for the English, bro. Something about a guy that's trying, or a person, individual that's trying to speak the language that I speak, and I don't need no translator. I heard that clear enough. Anyway, it's time. I'm ready for my battle. He basically, anytime, don't be scared. Send the location. He with it. So look, I think that might be the fight that they when Bob Arum said Inoue in Vegas 2025, maybe it's with him. And it's kind of coming together. He got Sam Goodman on the hook for December 24th in Tokyo. And I believe this could potentially maybe be one of his last fights at 22, Akmadaliev. Maybe that's the Vegas fight for him over there in next year. So he calling him out. The time is lining up, making it known that he ready to fight. That's the only God thing left. I mean, I think after that, the division to me is just as good as cleaned out. I mean, it was done. You was done at Cool Boy for me. I was cool on 22 from there, but I understand it. And he taking his time. And I seen somebody write the article. Is he avoiding bigger challenges? And I know people like controversy. I get it. Shock value, all that stuff gets some my attention real quick. I don't think it's about him avoiding as much as he moving on his own terms. He been doing it and it's been working. He understands his challenges up there and people want to see it. But he also understands weight classes and taking his time. So I think he just enjoying it. You know what I mean? Enjoying the ride. He beating these guys up. He taking on challenges, and ain't like he ain't fighting the right guys. He fighting the people that they say is dangerous. They say they're gonna test him. But nobody at 22 got nothing for him, man. Personally, just like I can't wait to see Boots at 54. Shit, I'm probably just as excited as seeing Inoue at 26 with those possible matchups there. Because just imagine, I'm gonna say it again. Imagine fighting that tall guy up there, man. Raphael, that Robisi had to fight, man. That dude like the fight, man. So that'd be a scrap. Imagine that. That'd be a good fight. And that dude tall, long, different kind of test for Inoue. So
right,
he avoiding smoke. Nobody that's been to smoke that long is avoiding any of it. And that's where I'm at. Like, I think track record matters for me. Like, we'll see a guy that's known for fighting everybody, and then they get to a weight class, or it'll be opportunities that people see. Maybe they ain't going there just yet, and we'll be like, oh, is he avoiding? No, he not avoiding shit. That dude, and he confident as hell. He confident, his team confident. I just think he moving at the paces, to beat his own drums, so to speak. Like, I don't think he, no, there's no pressure for him. That shit don't exist. Not even in the ring. That dude is calm as they come, man. He just coasting right now.
And what also has to be kept in mind is the fact that the dude started at 108, so he's already on what weight class is this for him? What is 5th or something like that?
Yeah, fourth, fifth weight class,
fourth,
one of
fifth,
them.
some shit
Yeah.
like that. So
Yeah.
it ain't like he's been campaigning at one weight class.
Yeah, just
for
beating the hell out of
majority
it.
of his
You know
career
what I
and
mean? Milking it. Yeah. So
no.
I know we always like. I know 35 is a stretch. I know people saying it. I don't need to see that from him. I think he's proven enough to me. You know, one more weight class. I would love to see the 26. I wouldn't ask him to do no more. Anything higher than that is like that's great. But I think 26 is real for him. I think he got enough left where he got enough youth, enough tread left on the tire where he could fight a couple more times at 22. Maybe 3 more times he want, but I hope he don't go past Akmadaliev if that's what he do after Sam Goodman, because 26 calling his ass just like 54 calling Boots. So we'll see, but that dude definitely moving at it on his own, on his own accord. Thinking anyway, got that body altering power. I'm telling you, I seen somebody say the punches it wasn't nothing to do with the punches. And I'm like, huh? Like, did you hear him explain what happened? Like, he didn't just, like, what's wrong? It was the punches, bro. Like, it was a combination of things. He didn't just hurt himself. Like, man, had that man with the dead man's leg in there, bro. Had him with the dead man leg. They're like, well, it's not nothing to do with none of his punches. I'm like, yeah, it definitely is to do with his punches, bro. Man, we be talking crazy sometimes. We be so mad because people credit his power. He got rare power for a small guy. It's okay.
Right.
Punching. Out here going, and he could take a shot.
But there's just a lot of skepticism surrounding him anyway. You still got folks who feel like he's not going to prove himself until he comes to America, even though he's fought here 3 times and knocked everybody out.
Yeah, and people don't know that. They don't know it
Right.
enough. Well, who is he fought when he came over
He
here?
fought in Vegas twice, and he fought in California. He fought in Carson.
Yeah.
And one of the guys that he knocked out was the IBF champ at the time. I think it was like Emmanuel Rodriguez or somebody like that. The dude was like 25-0 or like 25-1. He was the IBF champ.
I just don't think area gonna matter for him. He ain't one of those guys that he's just only good because where he at. No, he can fight and don't matter where he fighting at. He can be
he
fighting.
Just gets magical powers from fighting in the Tokyo Dome. Like if you take him out of there, like, he's just trash or something.
Right, dude, just nice. Keyshawn versus Lemos, potential fighter of the year. Yeah, that's gonna be a good card. Shout out to Keyshawn, man. Congrats to him just having a baby. He been getting properties. I think they opening up a gym, DV3 gym. They got a lot going on. Shout out to them, man. They are putting their family on the map, and I think that's dope. Had a kid, I think that's dope. That should make them more hungry, more motivation. I know what the kids do for you personally, so I mean, you got one more reason to fight. But yeah, him and Lemos is a good fight. He said he handpicked Lemos to show people like his level and show people what he on. And I know what he thinking. Lemos just gave Hitchens a tough fight. I know
Hell
Hitchens,
yeah,
damn good boxer, right? I think it's gonna look much different because Keyshawn liked to fight. So that shit that Lemos was bringing that was making the fight, tougher for Hitchens. That's a style thing. Keyshawn I think he's gonna be just fine fighting him in the inside, mixing it up with him when he need to.
Right.
His shots, though, his pace, the way he controlled the pace of a fight. He got that Bud Crawford type energy. I love it. So you can tell who they be working with. You can see it from camp to camp, man. Sometimes that's why I notice when they work with each other, if you start to see some of their performances, dudes be having some of their best offensive performances when they sparring amongst each other and working with each other for these fights. So I like to see it. That's why I love to see Core working with Bud, especially when certain things were left on the table in your last fight, and then you going over there trying to fix and get to it, man.
Working on the details, man.
I wouldn't mind seeing the stoppage. I ain't saying he got to, but I wouldn't mind. And he's always he good enough to do it, but it's believing in your offense and making the right decisions. When you do all of that work that you do, but putting yourself in position, reward yourself with letting your hands go.
Yes,
you know
you have confidence in it.
Mm-hmm.
Which confidence is what? Trust. Just trust that you put the work in and these things were done with a purpose.
Right.
And just be deliberate. I also believe I'm right there with Pugilist, man. I do think that it has fight of the year potential. And the reason being is because that fight that Keyshawn just had with Madrimov, I thought that was sensational. And I got to give Madrimov a lot of credit too. because he didn't just mail it in, even though he was outclassed. The dude never stopped coming forward. At some point, it was getting a little bit scary. I ain't gonna lie to you. When Timothy Bradley started talking about maybe they should explore calling the fight off or waving it off, I knew exactly where he was coming from because Keyshawn was just hitting this dude with clean shot after clean shot. And this shit ain't like how it is in the movies where you think a guy gets clipped with a big shot, then he falls out and then he dies or something. Like, nah. It's usually when guys go the distance, they go get checked out. Then you have a damn brain hemorrhage or some shit like that.
See Buddy with the brain bleed after getting slapped by Leo.
Right.
That's what I say, man.
It's like that sometimes, man. Some of these guys, sometimes they just too tough for their own good.
And that's what I said.
I'm like, their threshold for pain, the body itself has limits.
Toughness, just not wanting to give up, heart, just pride, ego got you fighting, you not quitting. You gotta say them dudes from themselves, because look, keep showing head and body. So I say when people say they don't like them, I'm like, like you can touch the person. You can touch it. You can bring the pain. And if there's no reason to fight, power punches, and boxing, moving, backing up, boxing on the back foot. Wait, step back. Other injuries, I love it. I love it when you use it. Neutralizing all things. I just said back. His distance and range control in the fight, all that shit. Fun dude to watch, man. Fun to watch. I'm gonna have fun watching him do his thing. Signature Sounds, what it do, my guy? Shout out to everybody hanging in with your boy, man. Always another dope build, man. We just gonna keep rocking with this boxing, man. The Eddie Hearn experiment is still under the heavy microscope. We ain't blaming him and saying he wrong, but we just want to see Boots be with somebody that could finally deliver. And we know just seeing all the different stuff come out, it's not no one situation is all 100% anybody's fault. Whenever you got multiple parties involved in anyone, so you could never blame one guy and just say, it's Eddie, it's you. Nah, I really think, I think he would like nothing more than to make Boots a star. I think he would like nothing more than to make Shakur a star. But, I think he's going to need a lot of participation in the right situations as well for that to happen. You know what I'm saying? And maybe with more guys, with Turkey maybe in play, he gets shaking hands with Oscar, guys is intermingling. Maybe they'll start mixing it up. Kevin King, what it do, my guy? Ace, my guy, William Old School. And
I think in addition to that, man, maximizing on the opportunities that you do have. Like that David Avanesian fight, for example, that wasn't a fight that people were clamoring for, even though Avanesian was a replacement.
Right.
But still, it's like, they did everything that they could with the promotion, tried new things with Boots that we haven't seen with his previous handlers. They hadn't put him in those type of situations with the promotion.
Sure.
Staging the fight at home in Philadelphia to give the fans a chance to get behind him. And that's one thing I got to give Top Rank a lot of credit for. Like, you see with Keyshawn, right? Now that they're moving him up and he's starting to become a contender.
Yeah.
Now we're going to have him stage a fight. Where we're going to put it? In his hometown. We're going to put it in Norfolk. We're going to put it right there in Virginia. When they had Shakur, for the most part, where we're going to have his fights? At the Prudential Center. Even with the last one, they had Keith Cologne on it, who's also from Jersey, right? Like,
right.
Have
got
him
another one October 12th too. Same day Shakur fighting, he fighting again, but at home. Again.
Right.
So I might have to go out there again and see the youngin. Man, matter of fact, shout out to Keith Cologne too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the youngin, man. Shout out to the youngin.
See, that one even playing right there.
You know what I mean? It wasn't. Let's see how that goes. Shout out to him, man. Him and his pops, man. We rooting for y'all, man. Definitely consider that, because they over here, they gonna be in Saudi Arabia. We're gonna figure it out. I love to support Jersey, man. Boxing in general, but like I said, if you from Jersey and you putting on, it's almost mandatory that you come chop it up with your boy. It's almost mandatory that you come chop it up. It's got to. I got to get Khalil Cole on here. Got to get him on here. It's a couple more Jersey fighters I got an eye on that I'm looking to chop it up with too. Not just them, all fighters, but definitely, You know, the hometown
Nah,
guys
just
is
with the
putting
home
on.
team, bro. You got to. Like I
Got
think what you're doing right now, that's essential. What YSM is doing, that's
Yeah,
essential.
it is
Because you
dope.
got some guys that are they just coming into the professional ranks, so they're fighting on the club level, and these people need exposure. Shout out to Mo City, because there's
Yeah,
some fighters that he had on his
holding it down
platform,
out
like
there in Texas,
what's my
Houston.
guy's name that was just on OTX? Katarakis, the one that's with Ronnie Shields. I think that's
Kasarakis.
his name, Katarakis. I can't pronounce his name. The Greek dude.
Andre Kasarakis. That's Mo City. That's his guy.
First time I saw him was on Mo City.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's somebody he rock with, and he a humble dude. He appreciate the love that people show him too. So yeah, he opened my eye to him and quite a number of different fighters, bro. He got an eye for talent, and he just love boxing. He a purist. You know what I'm saying? You good, you boxing. Popularity is not his thing. In fact, of just observing him and knowing him and understanding how he move, if he seated as popular, he might go the other way for sure on purpose. Like, oh, okay, that's what everybody talking about. Okay, well, that guy over there, they ain't talking about him, and they definitely need to. That's how he on it. He want to shed light on what the sport really need, like, and it pays off for him in ways. Like, he's been a part of the TCL. You know what I'm saying? Being a part of being there and recording, getting footage and stuff like that. Shout out to him. He showed me, he told me about his interaction with Dewey Cooper. He the president of the TCL. He shouted him out, a couple voice memos showing him love, man. Bro really be putting in work. And it's dope to see that the people that he's involved with, they see value in what he's doing. He brings value to the situation.
Brings a lot of value.
Why? And that shit just works for him. You know what I'm
He
saying?
brings a lot of values because, like I said, my first time seeing that dude was on Behind the Hands TV. First time seeing him was on Behind the Hands TV. So now when I'm seeing him on OTX, I'm like, oh shit, that's the dude that's on Mo City's channel.
Right.
And then not only that, but these smaller platforms, they're priming guys to either get in position or get guys that fell out of favor back in position. Case in point, look at Angelo Leo. He was over there at PBC. He lost to Cool Boy. He kind of got swept under the rug. He went over to Pro Box, had a string of impressive performances. He gets picked up on a damn top rank card, knocks a guy out. Now he's a world champion.
Big win too. Best win in his career.
That's a huge, like that's like some movie type shit.
See what I'm saying? But you can easily write him off. He took a loss.
Right,
You
exactly.
Know what I'm saying? I mean, who beat him? My boy Cool Boy beat him. Who else did he lose to?
That was the only person who beat him.
That's the only loss, right? It's
only loss. He's like 25-1, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But that was the only loss he had. Then after that, he wasn't getting no action. I think he had like a 2-year layoff.
Right.
He goes over there at Pro Box. He had like 3 or 4 fights. Then he gets the call over at Top Rank for the title shot. The guy was giving him a damn good fight.
Yeah.
Knocks the guy out. Now he's a champion.
Cold too. Great win. Best win in his career. Best knockout of his career. Like you couldn't drew that up no better for him. So I love boxing. Like, that backstory or that comeback story be crazy.
Yup.
Crazy.
But that journey though, man, just having that platform available for him to even get himself back into contention.
Yeah.
Because if it were up to the bigger promotional companies, those outfits
fell by the wayside.
Exactly.
And you know what? It actually, in hindsight, is an ideal situation that Pro Box is where he ended. Because what do we know about Pro Box? Putting on great cards and matching people up tough, great competitive fights. So every win that he earned over there was of substance and quality and means to get somewhere else. And when you see him get that title shot, you really paying attention to what Showbox represent. They don't represent no mismatches. They seem whoever is putting them fights together, I appreciate them on a level they don't know. They are against mismatches, bro. They want 50-50 type fights, and that's what you get. So, like I said, when he's over there fighting and getting those wins, trying to get himself back in contention, it's of substance, and it meant something. And then he topped it off with a quality guy that was expected to win by a fair amount of people thought dude was going to win. And he went out there and stopped him. And I hopefully Buddy recover 100% from that brain bleed because that was rough. That was rough. He cleaned his
Sergey Lipin, that's another one, bro. Remember, he took that loss to Rivera in November.
Right.
Wasn't on PBC. Then he went over to Pro Box.
Right.
He had that fight with that dude, Robbie Davies. Right. And now, from what I'm understanding, that he's a potential opponent for Africa.
Right. Yeah. He is. Hold on. Harry Davies is about to fight somebody. Damn, who is it? Somebody we know. He getting a lick at somebody. He getting a crack at somebody again, man. Damn. I just seen it somewhere. Harry Davies. I don't know what made me just think of his name, but he just say he about to fight somebody that's good though. I think he probably could lose to. Hell, did I see this at? I be doing a lot of read. I be forgetting where I seen it. I should have screenshotted it. But anyway, man, he fuck around, get his ass kicked. Anyway, shout out to the fam in the chat, man. Let me play this raffle before we do get up out of here. I almost forgot. I don't want to forget. Shout out to the fam, man. Y'all make sure y'all smash that like button. Salute to everybody that's participating in the raffle and everybody that's going to join, man. We appreciate you.
It's time for another raffle brought to you by the JBT. Our first item is a new 10th generation iPad with a liquid retina display which shows off beautiful color and has plenty of power for all your handheld computing needs. Great for work, play, or just movies on the go. How much is it to enter, you ask? Just $10. Or you can catch the deal with 3 entries for just $25. It's easy to enter. Just cash app your entries to $JBT Network 1. That's $JBT Network 1. Our second item is a set of Kenichi Bear Bluetooth noise canceling headphones. Great for gaming, movies, or travel. As the second prize in this great raffle. Our third item is a Ninja brand air fryer. Great for all your air frying needs. Cooking healthy with the JBT. So send your entries via Cash App to JBT Network 1. That's JBT Network 1. $10 each or 3 for $25. Put raffle on the comment line and you are entered.
Shout out to my guy, man. So y'all already know, man. 3 prizes, $25 gets you 3 entries. Got an opportunity to win, the color iPad. What they say, 10-inch color iPad, Kenichi Bear headphones, or a good old air fryer, man. And I know y'all likes it. I know everybody could use a good old air fryer, man. Calcula, you sent it. Did you put that it was for the raffle? I'll double check for you anyway. I just add Cash Sports. I got you. I'll just reach out to Cash. When you send it, Brody, let me know. I got you. And whenever you do, just say it, the name, leave your name and for the raffle. As long as you put your name in for the raffle, I'm pretty sure you got you counted in. But just so so I can double check for you, I'll check with Cash later and definitely get back to you tomorrow. Let you, make sure I double check for you. But I'm pretty sure you good. That's all you got to do if you send it to JBT Network 1 and you leave your name and say it's for the raffle. Throw you right up in there. I want to see people win these prizes. I don't even want to win. I want to see somebody win. You know what I mean? I want to see people get them prizes. Go and get y'all an iPad. And them Kenichi Bear headphones is quality. Bet. All right, Kyle. Bet. You could do that. Bet. Got you.
Got a pair of Kenichi Bears?
Yeah. Yeah, got them some Kenichi Bears in the as the second prize. And shout out to Kenichi Bear too for offering that as a gift in the raffle. I think that's dope. Respect it, man. Respect to them. Quality headphones. That's anybody. Now those I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm a headphone earbud kind of guy. I love me some headphones. I could use me a good old pair. But it's all good, man. I do want to see people though, the family win, and for everybody, I'll be waiting patiently because I'm getting the shirts in order for everybody that I took the sizes for. So y'all will be getting some merch from your boy. It is getting worked out, and I'm gonna start getting shirts to y'all shortly. So Again, man, appreciate my good brother and McQueen coming up here as always to build, man. Another dope one in the books. 4 hours shorty, if you will. That's what they call me, right? You know what I mean? So much love to my guy coming up here, bringing my property value up. Everybody that came up here to build, everybody that hit the super chat. Much love to y'all. Appreciate all y'all. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of y'all good old oh yeah, for sure. I see you, Kyle. Yes, bro. I see you, brother. Yeah, I see you in there. And I'll still double check. For you. Mike Kirkland, say no more. You already know. Got you. Taken care of, bro. I'm taken care of. I'm gonna make sure I already wrote the size down. Anybody size I don't got, just reach out, get it to me. This will be free of cost. It won't cost y'all. That one is gonna be on me. So that's from me to y'all. So again, with that, man, that's my time for the day. I appreciate everybody in the building. Like I said, appreciate all the support. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Enjoy the rest of this good Wednesday. And we get ready for the Rise at 9. Close out with the Rise family. Shout out to the JBT fam. Shout out to everybody in the raffle. Kyle Coolett, I seen your screenshot. And I'll still double check to make sure, which I know you good. But with that, you already gave yourself 3 entries. So you gave yourself a shot to win 3 times. So, you know what I mean? Again, appreciate everybody that's supporting the raffle. And we just going to keep moving, y'all. Y'all know how we do. So with that, man, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. And we going to get up out of here, y'all. Peace to the fam.
More times than me and your ass.
Oh, man.
Yo.
True indeed.
You know the deal.
Marathon, man. For sure.
We back again.
Shout out to you.
We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes. Got a deep connection with the Rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it. This channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. .4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.